Okay, there you are. Good afternoon, everyone. So glad to have you guys back with us. Want to welcome you back to another week of Advocacy Arena's live chat, where we gather to inform and inspire civic engagement each Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. And we're so glad that you guys have joined us here today, and I'm looking forward to our conversation. Today, we look to cover a few topics. It doesn't necessarily always go exactly as planned because we tend to go where the conversation leads, as long as we are kind of sticking to important topics and subject matter. And today we want to cover journalism, including propaganda. Want to highlight a few legislative bills, and that's at state and federal levels, and the Supreme Court cases. Just kind of give a status update on that, as well as some of the authoritarian leaning bills that have passed or are being pushed in state legislative areas. And we want to also, we're always highlighting Project 2025 whenever we can, because its hand runs through all of it and pull on those threads of white nationalism. But we also want to focus on resources, because I do think what we seek to do here is to inform people and to give them the tools and the resources that may help them to be better informed, tools and resources that they can share with others. So we want to spend some time today doing a little bit of that. But we're going to start our conversation out with journalism, which I think is appropriate given that this weekend they had the big White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I love that I didn't watch it, but the clips that I saw, President Biden was really on point and did a good job. But I love that he ended it on somewhat of an important, but a serious but important note. And that was a warning, or a reminder to the journalist what their duties are and what's at stake, how important it is. And it's something that we try to remind our community of on a regular basis. So I'm glad that he took that opportunity when he had the bullhorn to say it to people who really, really do need to hear it and who can actually do something about it. So, with that being said, I am going to give my fabulous co host an opportunity to say hello. And she has some things that she wants to share with us along the lines of the agenda that I just kind of laid out. And I have invited a few guests to join us and speak. But as always, if you have something that you feel is important, you want to share it here regarding the agenda that we have laid out, or you feel like it's something we need to know, even though it may not be on the agenda, I do think that it's important, and we welcome you. So, Soul Sister, over to you, my dear.
Good afternoon, everyone, and happy to be here on this Monday. And yes, in light of the correspondence dinner, I do have a few things to talk about in regards to journalism or the media, however we want to term it. I think the biggest message from Biden in regards to the media was truth over lies. And we have to remember that most professions have an ethical code, and that rings true also for journalism. For journalism, the ethics are based on truth, accuracy, and objectivity. These are cornerstones, right? And it's expected that journalists will maintain a detachment to encourage these three pillars of ethic. And according to the Society of Professional Journalists, and I actually have the website, which I will share with you guys, ethical journalism should be accurate and fair. They should be courageous in gathering, reporting, and interpreting information. They should act with integrity, take responsibility for their accuracy. Remember that speed nor format should compromise accuracy. Journalistic reporting should include or should provide contact. They should gather information to update. They should correct misinformation throughout the cycle of a news story. They should be vigilant and courageous about holding those in power accountable. Boldly tell the story of the diversity and the magnitude of the human experience. They should avoid stereotyping. They should label advocacy and commentary as what it is, and not pretend or give the illusion that commentary is new. It should be clear. They should minimize harm and never deliberately distort facts or context. Use heightened sensitivity when dealing with juveniles and victims of certain crimes. Avoid pandering. Consider the long-term implications of the extended reach and permanence of the publication. So, taking into account that, this story will live on in some form or fashion, whether it's YouTube, whether it's online, or whether it's in print. They must consider that and then be as accurate as they can. They should avoid conflicts of interest and deny favoritism. They should be transparent, and they should expose unethical conduct in journalism, including within their own organization. So, being that whistleblower is should never be considered a bad thing. As much as we have plenty of criticisms that they have earned in MSNBC, it's I do have to say it was a good thing when so many of the anchors came out in protest of the Romney McDaniel woman being considered to sit in that chair and act as if she was going to be unbiased in any reporting, and I say that in quote, that she was tasked to do. So now what we have is people have news fatigue, and local news coverage is bearing the brunt of that. And as local journalism dies on the vine, legislators and politicians act out, and they act out with less integrity and less efficiency and less effectiveness. And this decline leads to potential voters being less likely to get out to the ballot box and vote. But more importantly, they're much less informed because they're checking out. And this is how the lies proliferate. This is how they, gather speed and steam. And, you tell a lie so many times that somebody starts naming it as truth. This is where, their alternative facts come in. And this is how we end up with the former president as, a number one contender for the Republican Party ticket in 2024. This is where we are. And it's not just the rise of Fox. I know we have plenty to say about that, and all of it is true. They've definitely earned it. But I found an interesting article that also pointed out Politico's role and how they played a huge role, especially during the Obama administration, and how politics was being reported. So, according to Jay Rosen, he's a journalism professor at NYU. Politico normalized the idea that both parties were pretty much the same. How many times have we heard that? I'm so sick of it. But that's what they did. It was as if they wanted to give the public this illusion that both parties were obeying democratic norms with similar establishments and norms, and both were competing for, swing voters. This is where the Hillary emails drove this message home, giving the public fuel to hate, mistrust, not just both parties, but also the media. And so here we are. A second key lie and illusion that we still face is that the Muslim ban and the alleged invasion from Mexico. And I say alleged because I understand that there's a crisis, and I understand that there's definitely legislation that is necessary in order to secure our borders. But I believe that the way the invasion, and those are the words that they use oftentimes, is being portrayed in a way to exacerbate this culture war in our political climate. So that's why I
Yes.
say allegedly.
Yeah, and another term that they use often, which is mostly only used on right wing news outlets, is open borders. No,
Yes.
the president has never said that, no Democrat, because they are not. They may not be as regulated as they should be or they want them to be, but to say that they're open
Yeah.
is very
An
misleading.
exaggeration.
Yeah, misleading framing. So it's kind of
Yes.
that fire hose of that is another way that the propaganda seeps through
Yeah.
the framing, and the narrative gets taken over just by
Yeah.
sheer repeat of it by, the major ones and the minor players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also the issue that they frame it as an economic anxiety on our country, when there's a lot more going on. It's
Right. I heard on an NPR story that I was listening to this morning, and I cannot remember the congressperson's name. It was a female, and she was out of Washington, and she happened to tie in the drug crisis a couple of times. At first, I just thought it was an anomaly, but no, she was really uh, tying the drug I mean the major problem presented by the lack of address with any regulations around the border contributing to the fentanyl deaths and things. And again, it does come across the border, but not through immigrants. And, you know, I still remember
exactly.
that, Marsha Blackburn frequently visits as if we're a border state. We are not. And she also uses the drug aspect of it being a problem, and the high drug overdoses that we have in our communities, and especially in rural communities. And again, like I said, this was actually a Democrat. She was in Washington. And I think that a lot of communities are starting to experience an influx of migrants in their area. And this is where, as individuals, it's important for us when and where we can, and we feel it's appropriate to kind of help reframe these narratives that have taken hold, and help point people to actual facts and information. But I see Dr. Marshall is up here, so I want to give you a chance to kind of close out your thoughts right here. But I know you have a lot more to share with us. I want to give you that opportunity, and we'll come back to you if that's okay. If you can just
Sure,
find a, but yeah.
sure. I'll just close by saying this. Where we are now is we end up with people taking the former president seriously, but not figuratively, not believing. Oh, we believe what he says, but not really. It's this idea that, oh, he's a truth speaker, but he didn't really mean it that way. And political help frame that. Political help push that, and other news media organizations jumped on that. And he's been pushing, identity politics and division, since he rode down that escalator. And here we are today. So
Yeah,
with that, I will turn it over, and we can continue this discussion. But I just really wanted to say
absolutely.
that.
Yeah, it's so much to say around it. And let's not forget that his main White House advisor coined the term alternative facts. And so you had those things going on too. And this, again, is a
And
very,
nobody blinked. Nobody blinked.
yeah, it's a very typical behavior for authoritarians, because that's one of the things that they do, is to start to attack the media, to minimize the media, to create this lack of trust. And then many of them do not help the situation by not rising to the occasion. And I want to give my kind of analogy or story about a local reporter here whom you guys have heard me mention quite frequently. I have a great deal of respect for him. He's an investigative reporter. That's Phil Williams. But he covered a story last week, and I I won't say that I disagreed with him, but I just didn't feel he gave the story a just coverage. And as I said, I'll come back to that, but I don't want to keep Dr. Marshall waiting any longer. I'm so glad that she came up early in the conversation to join us. So I'm going to give her an opportunity to speak, and then I will share my feelings about Phil's coverage of our legislature. legislature and some of the legislators. So, Dr. Marshall, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Dee. Good afternoon, Soul Sister, and good afternoon to everyone in the space. I have just a few short words, and then Soul Sister can continue because my words actually are about Soul Sister. Excuse me. I just want to encourage everyone to listen to the interview that Dee did with Soul Sister. We know a lot about her from her being Soul Sister. We know a lot about her from her conversations in the space, but I tell you, you don't know anything yet. So when the space is over, go to Advocacy Arena and listen to that interview. It is just fantastic. And you'll learn a little bit about Soul Sister's journalistic background there too. Don't want to give it away because I want everyone to listen, but I jumped up quickly because I just wanted to put this at the top of the space so that everyone will share what you need to share today and then be so anxious to just run to YouTube or Spotify and listen to a wonderful interview. Thank you so much, Soul Sister, for sharing more of you in the interview. I truly enjoyed it, and I'm enjoying what I'm hearing so far. And just one note off the topic, but kind of on the topic. I'm sure at some point the protesters will come up, but I was just listening to the news prior to tuning in, and the president of Colombia has given the protesters who are camped and out on the campus, main campus, an hour by 2 o'clock today to leave. They've already called in the police and they have all of this equipment. I couldn't quite tell what the equipment is, just a lot of either barriers or whatever. But at this stage of my life, it is really, I thought at this stage of my life, I would start to remember things that I did in my younger years, as far back as my mind might remember. It never occurred to me that I would start to read about events that actually happened during my elementary school years and junior high school years. Events like junior high and high school, events like people standing in the doorway to prevent blacks from coming in and later being shot themselves and reduced to having to communicate. I'm talking about Governor Wallace in this case. And then there was Lester Maddox in Georgia. I am reading so much about things that happened in Georgia during the early part of the life that I actually remember. I can't say it's necessarily making me feel older, but it's making me feel very, very sad for where we are in this country today, where we are in the world. But that being said, my focus for the moment is on dear, dear Soul Sister. Thank you, Soul Sister. Thank you, Dee. Thank you to everybody in the space. And by now, I should know how to put myself back down as listener, but I don't. So I'm going to depend on one of you wonderful ladies to put me back down at listener because I'm not saying anything more today. I want to listen. Have a
Uh,
great afternoon, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Marshall, so much. And it was really a treat for me. I know how wonderful she is. And it was just a great opportunity for me to bring that out so that others could learn about how awesome she is as well. So thank you for promoting the interview. And you're right. I think most people know that she has the union expertise and background, but they probably didn't realize that it also involves journalism. So thanks for piquing everyone's interest and appreciate you coming up to help us get the conversation started, and we will continue on. I do have Joseph and Alex up. I
I
want to
just want to
give
say
Soul
thank you to
Sister.
Dr. Marshall.
Yeah,
That's all. I
sure.
appreciate you so much. You have no idea how much your work, and I can't express to you how delightful that conversation was. But just to hear the feedback from you, it's very humbling. I appreciate it, more than I can say. Thank you.
You deserve every bit of it. And I do not say fabulous co host lightly. I really mean it because you are just an awesome person. And I really am honored to have you as my co host. So I want to give Joseph and Alex an opportunity to respond and chime in. And then we'll kind of go back to my story regarding my personal feelings around an investigative journalist's story this past week. So, Joseph and Alex, so glad you joined us in the conversation today. I hope you're both doing well. We'll go with Joseph first and then Alex.
Hello, Miss D. Hello, Soul Sister. Hello, Dr. Marshall. Hello, everyone. Caught me at just the right moment. I am up in Lake Tahoe. I'm actually on the California side of Lake Tahoe right now. I was kind of out in the woods for a little bit where there is no reception. So, and the owner of this site was giving me difficulties with getting in and out of the space. So, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I kind of heard Soul Sister a little bit talking about with how our journalists are failing us, and it's so true. And really too, I notice it with local journalism all the time. I'll give you a point that's relevant to my trip. In Reno, KRNV, which is the NBC station, is owned by Sinclair Broadcasting. So a lot of time on Facebook and on this site, they love to publish kind of like aha or gotcha stories about the president, or try to you know do what they can to paint the president in a negative light. And when we have these media companies that have clear bias in their in their political views, it's going to show up their broadcast. And of course that does a disservice, because giving a biased view to the viewers, and kind of like what Soul Sister is saying, we have a lot of people that are very right now. And it's scary. And when I see, especially, like, we talk a lot about the young people, how relying on like TikTok for information, instead of just googling information. When we have the world at our fingertips, you can get a wealth of knowledge about a particular topic in a matter of clicks. So we have people that are uninformed by, I would say, not by choice, and then we do have a segment of the population that is uninformed by choice. And that's very, very scary. And another thing, and I need to have another space about this, continuing the conversation about authoritarian. It's just the more and more I see the young people getting attracted to authoritarianism, it is scary. It is really, really scary. And whether it be right or left wing, it doesn't matter, because it's all. And I don't know how we're going to get past that. But back to Soul's point, that ties into an uninformed public, especially with the young people. It makes me wonder, were they not paying attention in school? Were they not properly educated in school? Or are schools not properly teaching history? Because it seems like when I had American history when I was in high school, we got a pretty good curriculum. I mean, we definitely just scratched the surface on certain things, but we definitely were, I would say, pretty well informed for time. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I am keeping an eye on Nevada politics, as being staying in Reno for this week. Haven't seen any political ads yet. Haven't seen any like billboards up. I suspect that maybe Jackie Rosen is waiting to get out a lot of her ads, until after the primary, which is in June, because then she'll know who her opponent is, and then she'll be able to target her ads specifically. But fortunately, she has a lot of cash on hand, and she's going to need it because whoever challenges her is going to be a hard MAGA. Hopefully, before I leave Reno, I'll have time to just to do a little bit of a space about Nevada politics. I'm not sure, but we'll see how my trip goes. So, thank you, Ms. D. Thank you, Soul Sister. I'll be able to listen for a little bit, and then I'll be going to a couple other places. But thank you so much for giving me the time to come up.
Well, thank you for taking time out of your day and your travels to come up and, shed some light on how you're doing, but also the state of affairs, political affairs in the areas that you travel to. I think it too is very important. It gives us a wider lens to view things politically, which is one of the awesome things about our community, that we represent probably every state in the union almost. And so I do appreciate you, Joseph, for always taking time out of your busy schedule to come in and share and update us. And looking forward to any spaces that you hold, because they are always very good and relevant topics. So I appreciate you, and I want to wish you continued safe travels. And thanks again for joining us. And so I'm going to go with Alex, and then I'm going to tell my analogy, and we'll give Soul Sister an opportunity, and then we'll go to Davina. So, Alex, how are you doing?
Oh, quite well. We finally have warm weather up here in the Northeast. The trees are blooming, flowers, daffodils, no tulips, one tulip so far. So it's that time of year here. I protested in 1985 at Columbia University, right in the same place where those kids are. We were in front of Hamilton Hall. We changed the name to Mandela Hall, and we slept in the stairs there. We didn't have any tents. But what's interesting to me is the difference between 1985 and 2024. In 2024, in 1985, we were there for 3 weeks. We weren't arrested. And the New York police officers that were there, especially the black police officers, were so sympathetic. Like, apartheid in South Africa, they wanted no part of that. So it was all very peaceful, and everything went very smoothly. Not only that, but thinking back, there were no South Africans there. There was nobody from South Africa there. We were just all protesting, because we believed in it. And when I see the Palestinian kids today, Palestinian Americans that are protesting, it's a different world. And they're getting arrested and they're getting beaten up. In 1985 at Columbia, we weren't beaten up, we weren't arrested. There were Reagan people, there were far right people that would give us a hard time. There were a few physical altercations with them, but it wasn't bad. It was just a different world in 1985. So I have been following that story very closely, as my 1985 experience in protesting apartheid changed my life completely when I was 21 years old. I was a different person before and after that. I really enjoy Dr. Marshall myself. She sent me a few very kind messages, and I really enjoy Dee and Soul Sister. I really enjoy whatever she has to say. She could tell me what she cooked for breakfast, and I would really enjoy it, or that she took a walk, or almost anything. You've got a real winner of a speaker there. So kudos to Dr. Marshall. And why I stepped up to talk actually was from an experience I had on Saturday. We had a nutcase from Arizona come on our climate show, telling us how he moved clouds with his head. And I thought maybe he was really stoned. And I let people talk. It's hard to know. So this guy was talking on and on, some climate, some nuttiness, and whatever. He went away. And later on, I got a really hateful direct message from him, really putting me down and being really mean, and telling me I was such a loser for talking about the history of colonization and slavery. And I'm like, oh, I blocked the guy. I forgot about him. And for 2 days, I've been thinking this. I've been talking the history of colonization and slavery for decades, like all the time. I'm in an abolitionist town. My ancestors were abolitionists. It's just who I am. I've been talking this way at least since 1985, if not before that. And there's this white guy, this white Christian, sending me hate mail that he doesn't want to hear it, that it's bugging him. So since Saturday, I've decided I'm going to talk this history twice as much. Like if that gets to them from me, no problem. I will talk Lloyd Garrison and I'll talk Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and Dubois and Marcus Garvey. I'll do it double time if it bothers those MAGA plus idiots. Sorry. And, this was sort of a revelation for me that of all the things I say on a Saturday, we're talking the heat in Thailand. There's super oppressive heat in Thailand right now that's just constant. It's super humid and over 100 degrees, and people are dying of heat there now. We talk about things like that and the heat waves in Africa and the problems in Sudan. And we talk about it all. Mexico, we have a marvelous new speaker from Mexico. I've really been enjoying hearing about what's going on there. But this one guy, this one troll we had, who spoke quite civilly, and I couldn't tell what. A pup got really mad at me. He wrote me a message in the middle of it, said the guy was a total loser. But it's this idea of the white man talking our history, our shared history, bugs him. Like
Well,
the
sometimes
yeah.
it's that, Alex, and sometimes it's just people being fact averse. We have entire, really well funded movements to take away the teaching of all American history, specifically certain aspects like slavery and other things. So it could have been a mix of those things because people don't want to hear those things and oftentimes feel as though they're being judged or somehow subjected to something that their forefathers did in some unfair way. But when you're just telling facts, facts are facts. And, we can't change them. And, I can understand. I actually think maybe it's not a bad thing that people feel some sort of guilt, but it's not being told to make people feel guilty. It's being told so that we don't fall into the same holes and repeat history that we have already lived and know did not have great outcomes, which is why, the Holocaust is taught. And we still, yet, in the year of our Lord 2024, have people who are denying it. And so this is one of the things that one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about journalism, because I feel that it is such an important aspect of how we become civically informed and how we have to deal with that in this day and time. So again, I say to you that your telling of it is somewhat important. One, so that the people in your circle understand and know it. And also because we don't have the same level of journalism that we once had. And if these stories aren't told, we have books being banned. If these stories aren't told and aren't shared, they disappear. And again, we fall into that area of being having the possibility of repeating things. And then to go back to your story, I was speaking to Dr. Marshall and I talked about some of, I talk about the feeling, just the overall feeling in the world of things. To me, of course, I didn't live during this time, but just from a historical standpoint of the temperature being somewhat as it was during the rise of Nazism. But these protests and things remind me actually of my youth because I grew up with, protests on college campuses, and I remember some that did get kind of violent. Like I come to my Kent State is one that I think of, and our country was founded on many things. The freedom of speech, is definitely one. But it is about peaceably assembling. And some of these protesters, I think, have gone beyond that. And also, again, I'll go back to what I spoke about when these protests first began. That what we have going on here again kind of ties into people not having a full understanding. They have been co-opted in many ways by an organization, Code Pink, which was an anti-war organization founded by two women about my age, but then one later married someone who is very cozies up with China and has a specific agenda of pushing the agenda of making China more appealing on the world stage, changing that, creating that narrative so that China becomes the world leader. And that, the little bit of communism that they, practice, it's not so bad. And so we have a time when people, we don't have good resources, the same kind of resources that we once had with journalism, and people are getting their news from different places. So we just have to be careful, and I feel like spaces is one place where people can get informed. And I wanted to say in a roundabout way, Alex, to you, I've seen this happen in many spaces, and it's happened in mine. And over time I've learned, you want to maintain the focus, and when someone comes in, regardless if they're a bot or just trolling or whatever, if they're steering the conversation too far away from your intended focus, they're a problem. And I would just drop them. I just wouldn't, because, some of these characters come in to spew misinformation and disinformation and just stop good information from being spread. And that's a problem. And it's also, just another way that our citizens are being, their sources of information are being hijacked and propagandized. So I just wanted to
Um,
say, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the climate space, we're not quite as organized as you are. We're more open format, open forum. And there are in the climate world, we know our climate deniers so well. They're very distinct topics they have and things they say. This guy he was more in the white supremacist world than the climate denier world. So, I didn't really get those signs that he was off target that
Mm-hmm.
we usually get from the climate deniers. I mean, if they say climate is a hoax, I boot them immediately. There are things like that. But this guy was kind of talking trippy Arizona talk, and I let him go on for a while. It was the hateful message he sent me afterward that gave me some insight of all the things I said, that the history talk bugged him. The other thing I want to say is about Code Pink and Medea Benjamin and all them. The protest I'm following carefully is the Columbia University protest, right? That's where I went to school. My father went, my sister, and there the CUAD is an umbrella group of 200 organizations, so it's a lot more than Code Pink. And the organizers there are two Palestinian Americans and a Jewish American who appear to be organizing. They have strict rules, like no alcohol. They have a strict list of rules they're following there, and they're not influenced by Code Pink or China. That's some kind of misinformation.
Well, I will say that I'm sure that you know your school, but I will say too that I follow that. I'm not saying, this is what I'm saying, that many of these well-intentioned and sometimes well-organized protesters have been infiltrated. Okay.
Well, that's a
Um,
basic of protesting. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And then where the media comes in is they tend to focus the cameras on the disruption, and maybe people who have co-opted or are not following the rules, as opposed to focusing more and drilling down on the those that organize it, those that are truly using their First Amendment protest rights in the way that it should be, to dig down into that story. They just are not being bothered with the nuances. So you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah, definitely. I saw MSNBC this morning, and it was their lead story at 10 o'clock. In the climate world, we always want to be the lead story. That's one of our goals in life, to have climate change as the lead story or any story. I watch the Sunday shows to see how often they mention climate change. And that's always our goal. We're always really happy when there's some terrible disaster and climate change is the lead story. But to MSNBC's credit, I did watch the 10 o'clock. It was their lead story, and I thought their coverage was quite fair. You've got Vanderbilt University over there that's protesting.
Yeah, we do. We have a few. It is spreading throughout the United States, and again, like I said, some of it is being spread through co-opters who are really misusing it, and we can get into more depth about it. But I just wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of close out your thoughts, and then I'm going to go to Black STEM and back to Soul Sister. But I'm going to tell my story about my personal angst with a particular journalist right now, one that I actually like. And this is just, my rant. so, um, Alex, if you'll go ahead and just kind of wrap your thoughts up there, and we'll move to Black
Yeah,
STEM and then.
it's springtime now. We all got through the winter. They're overlapping circles based around reelecting Biden, and I think the spaces of social media. I think all this is going really well. That's my overall sense. I know we'd all like to see results, and to just keep going. That's what we do in climate land. We just keep going, and thank you, Dee and Soul Sister, so much for letting me say my small piece here that I just came up with in the spur of the moment. You're doing a great job. I know as a host and co-host, it's great to hear that, and I mean it. I'm not trying to butter you up or something. It's an excellent work. So thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for that. And because you are climate focused, it made me think about just a little paragraph that I jotted down because I am a nature lover and I was inspired. I'm always inspired by nature, but sometimes there are just moments. And so I just wrote this paragraph that I want to build on an essay that I'm kind of doing a book of them, if you will, as an ode to my mother and grandmother who were wonderful gardeners. But I love spring. And yesterday I went out on my balcony and it was like in 5 minutes. I can't find the paragraph that I wrote, but I remember. But like within 5 minutes, I felt the essence of spring. And I saw a squirrel hopping along the fence, and I could see that he was headed toward a bunch of honeysuckle. And when I looked at the honeysuckle, a red cardinal popped out and went to the ground, probably looking for, some food. And when I saw him down there, I also saw a robin who was already down there hunting for worms, no doubt. And then just to the left of that, I saw a little wren, darting in and out of the grass up and down. And then in the next second, a big, beautiful butterfly just waved up and floated, above and past me. And so in that 5 minutes, I saw all of that. And the tulip popular in front of my balcony is also in bloom. So in that 5 minutes, just scanning from right to left, I really felt the essence of spring. Thank you for the climate work that you do and the focus that you have. And with that, I am going to go to Black STEM and then, as I said, tell my story about my feelings about a story. Black STEM, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Dee, Soul Sister, and everybody. I hope everybody's having a really good Monday. We started out this, Soul Sister started us out talking about the ethics of journalism, and I'm really glad that she went through all of that. I want to really caution everybody that's following these campus stories, the college protests, to really, really make sure you're getting accurate information because there is a lot of inaccuracies going out there. Two of my alma maters are experiencing these protests, Columbia and Cornell. And the news, the students are reporting things that are drastically different from what the news reporters are reporting. There is a young Jewish student from Columbia who did an interview with The Hill. It's on YouTube. He really, really, I don't want to say chastised, but he really came down hard on the media for falsely representing what the students are doing. According to him, there are many, many Jewish students that are also inside of these protests, and all of the students are trying as hard as they can to keep things from becoming violent. But there are outsiders, and I think Dee mentioned that, outsiders that are infiltrating into their protests. And in fact, at Columbia, I guess this past weekend, there were Proud Boys that made it into the encampments, and the students fought hard to get them back out. When the media saw the students yelling at the Proud Boys, they assumed that they were yelling at the Jewish students and the pro-Israel students and misreported it as such. The students have now decided that they're not going to take this anymore, this misreporting. In fact, there were 2 federal lawsuits filed this past weekend with the Department of Education and the Department of Justice. The students are going forward saying that the university is defaming them, especially the pro-Palestinian students. They're being defamed. There's also, as part of the lawsuit, they're saying that their First Amendment free speech is being violated. And then also the students are highlighting that many of the just as many of the Jewish students are being attacked or verbally attacked. And some of the defamation also says that some of the students, the Jewish students, are also exaggerating what's happening. But pushing that aside, the students are also saying that there's not equal protection on the campuses, that Palestinian or pro-Palestinian leaning students are also being verbally attacked. They're having themselves being punched. They're having themselves being ostracized, and the university has done nothing to help them, whereas they've come out really strong to help the Jewish students. So please, please, please be careful in making sure that you're hearing the full story on this. There are now 46 universities that are experiencing the protests. The protests have now gone to Australia. They've gone into Europe, and this morning, Yemen, students in Yemen at one of their universities also started an encampment. So the students feel strongly that they're not there to cause any problems. That's not what they're about. They're there to have adult conversations around what is actually happening in Gaza with the war. They want the people to have a very balanced discussion. And yes, they want money to be taken away from this because just as it was in South Africa, people, innocent people, primarily children, are being harmed. And this war was not supposed to be about that. It was supposed to be about destroying Hamas. It was not about destroying the Palestinian people as a whole. So please, please, please make sure that you're getting all of your information from balanced news sources. CBS has started trying to do a more balanced reporting. ABC has done more balanced reporting. But please, please make sure that you're hearing the full story, not just pieces of it. Thanks.
I appreciate you bringing that to light and would say ditto to that as well, because it is important. We are living in a time when a lot of people are also getting their news from social media sites, whether it's here on Twitter or TikTok or IG or wherever. And sometimes it's coming from influencers and not reporters, and what they're picking up on are sensational things. They are picking up on things that will trigger us emotionally. And so we find ourselves, if you ingest too much of this, you are just constantly being traumatized and triggered. So that's also a part of the conversation that I want to have with us today about exercising self care. Kind of mental health and journalistic intake hygiene, and to be careful about your sources. Certainly look for those that are vetted, well vetted. And just because they're old doesn't mean that necessarily they're good, because we have lost a lot of journalistic integrity during this period. And sometimes I don't like to just bash one particular paper or periodical. Sometimes it's the reporters, but make sure that when you're reading that you do, because you can often look at the author and you can see other work that they've done. But kind of vet your authors and the story and the information. Try not to rely on just one source, because even good reporters can sometimes not give full context. So that leads me to the story that I want to tell you about that has vexed me. And I will be writing a letter, but I have to think about it and calm down. And I know, again, like I said, you guys have heard me talk about Phil Williams as a great investigative journalist. And he did a story, and usually he has video to accompany it, and I will put it in the nest. But he did a story on the Tennessee legislature, and his focus really was more on Justin Jones, who is a young Black progressive who is also one of the Tennessee three that got expelled last legislative session. And again, I'll say, you guys know this. If you've listened to me, you know that I have a great deal of respect for Phil Williams and his body of work. But in this particular story, I did not feel he gave it just due. I felt like he was making excuses for the bad behavior of some of the Republicans in general, and specifically toward Justin. And he was painting Justin, and I'm not saying it's not true, but I just felt like he needed to flesh that story out more as a polarizing figure and performative. And some of the GOP has called him a grifter. And I knew from the beginning that he was progressive, and that some of the, very, very progressive left do like their performance. But in this particular instance, which is why I support and promote him and think his behavior is okay, because I live in a state where it is a GOP trifecta. And had he and Justin Pearson and Gloria Johnson done the things the performative things that they did, I would still be shouting to the rafters in these spaces, but no one would be paying attention to Tennessee. They brought national spotlight and focus to this Tennessee legislature. And that is important, because were it not for them, no one, again, I would say, would be really paying attention. But they are still paying attention. And it matters. And it worked, because this legislative session, what the Republicans did was to totally deny access to one journalist, Tennessee Holler. And you guys have heard me talk about him, refer to his stories, and I think many of you have since started following him. Well, he is not allowed in the he was not allowed into the press area during this legislative session, and that is wrong. And no other journalist, Phil, no one else spoke up for him. And I feel that that is wrong, and that disturbs me as well. No matter what you think about him, he is a small town paper that has kind of grown organically. And I think it's important that we have voices and reporters and journalism like his, when so many of these local papers have totally closed up and gone away, or have been taken over by a conglomerate, like a oh, I can't think of the name of them, Sinclair or some other organization that feeds them the stories, and those stories that are fed to them have a certain narrative slant. So I'm gonna put the post in the jumbotron and in the purple pill down there that he posted about the story, and there is a video, and you will see in the thread my response. And my response to him was basically like, I'm not happy. Like, I need to think about this and respond. And um, because I felt like that he was maybe letting him being a white man, maybe it was affecting his judgment and his ability to tell the story in true context. Because again, I felt like he was focusing more on Justin's behavior as opposed to all of the behavior of the legislator that I feel, was just responding to. I feel like it's kind of like a bully constantly tugging at someone's hair and poking at, and no one sees that, or they're just like, that's the way they are, kind of thing. And when the person that's being bullied finally turns around and slaps them or screams or calls them a name and say something, that's when people start paying attention, and then that person is wrong for calling it out and not, like I said, I just feel like he missed an opportunity to really tell that story in full detail. And I'm going to address it in the form of a letter to him. And I will share that on my timeline and with you guys. And I was hoping to have it finished today, but my heart still, I just can't do it because I don't want to do it in anger. I want to do it from a calm, reasoned place, because I'm not doing it to tell him off. I'm trying to do it to help him be better and to understand. So that's my experience. And I want to go next to Retta, then LMZ, and then Danny, who, of course, I am so happy to have in on the conversation around media and journalism. And I think you're all looking forward to hearing from her on that too. But I'm looking forward to hearing from Retta, who I know is visiting his home in Morocco. And I've had some opportunities to share on some of his lives and see some beautiful architecture and village and the cuisine. So, Retta, thank you for taking a little time out of your vacation and coming in and sharing with us today.
Yeah, hey Dee, thank you for letting me hijack your space. I just have a few minutes to say hello to everyone. Yeah, I am in the capital of Morocco, Rabat. Just wanted to say hello, and you guys were speaking about like the press and the journalism, and I do have a quote that I want to share. A free press is one of the pillars of democracy, and there is, I think, a famous quote that our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost. So, those are the two famous quotes about the free press and all that. And here, in my end, I love the news. I love breaking the news as a citizen journalist here on X. So, but I just want to say hello from Morocco. It's a beautiful afternoon here. Walking around the old city earlier, I did some shooting over there, some lives over there. But yeah, thanks for letting me hijack your space, D, and hello to Soul Sister, great co-host as well. And thanks for letting me speak. So I'm just gonna listen because this is such a great, important space. So again, thank you, D.
Well,
Appreciate it.
thank you, Retta. And you weren't hijacking. I'm just glad you came in to add a little lightness. And also, just thank you for the great news that you are able to break. And I know, because I have had several years to observe his reporting and his posts, and I know that he vets his information and his sources. So I can say, as an influencer and someone, that he is a trusted source for me to follow and believe. And he also gives me good reprieve to help me maintain sanity and peace and find calm, because he does a lot of things that involve nature. Like his lives are beautiful sunset walks on the beaches of Florida. And he has recently, while he is at home in Morocco, given us some great tours of his hometown and his. I don't know. Is it a village, Retta, or a province, or what do you call it?
Yeah. So it is a village, is a old village in the 12th century, looking over the river of Rabat, which is the capital of Morocco. So it's a very ancient village. Yep.
Yes, it is really beautiful, and it has just given me a sense of calm and a place to retreat to from some of the madness. So, thanks again, Red. I appreciate you joining us, and I want to go next to Danny, and then get my fabulous co-host to chime in when she's ready. So, Danny, how are you? Thank you for joining us today. Are you there, Danny?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm here.
That's okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So, remember a couple weeks ago, I was telling everybody about my tooth. Well, it started to swell again. I'm not in any pain or anything, but I do have to go back today. And I believe it's going to get pulled. They told me that they couldn't put a crown on it and can't do a root canal. So it's more than likely going to get extracted. So, um, I'm not in any pain, but there is some swelling. So my speech might sound a little bit off. And if you hear it, just ignore it. But I want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak. I'll be quick. I won't be too long because I do have to go to that appointment today. But love the topic about journalism and about the media, obviously. And it's been a couple weeks, but I feel like this last month, I say probably the month of April, we've really seen, or it's been highlighted in the news, just how unprepared a lot of journalists, not all, but a lot of journalists are not prepared to meet the moment. And you can kind of look at, I hate to bring him up, but you kind of look at OJ Simpson passed away. And, right when his death happened, everyone was reliving the trial of the sin. It was wall to wall cover. It bumped the soap operas. It bumped Oprah Winfrey. It bumped Phil Donahue and all the other talk shows because everybody was kind of obsessed with this guy and this crime that he was being accused of. And to have his death, to have everyone relive what it was like in 1994 and 95 when the verdict came out, and then to that be the jumpstart of Donald Trump trial and the frenzy. And I'm assuming this is going to be the trial of the century for this generation and for for this millennia as well. And to see how both the wall to wall coverage of this new crime that now involves the president. And, he's breaking a lot of norms that obviously that this country is not. So of course there's going to be a delay in how we cover it, how we handle what is coming at us, right? He's the first president to be impeached twice. He's the first president to be indicted. He's the first president to have a mugshot. I mean, all firsts that keep happening, and it all kind of feels like it's important and it's breaking news and it should be reported on with urgency. And to some degree I do believe, because this is unprecedented times, we do need to cover it. We do need to see that he's being held accountable in some kind of capacity for all that he's done, and I think that's fair. The wall to wall coverage of it, that's what annoys me a little bit, because we still have a country that does have a functioning government and a president who is not indicted, and a president who is showing that he can lead with empathy, a president that is yielding results for all those millions of people that came out in 2020 in the middle of a pandemic and voted for him. This president and his administration have been showing that they can get things done. And to those voters like myself and everyone in this room who voted for him, they should also know what is going on in this country outside of Trump. And it's been 8 long years, excuse me, 9 long years, 2015. And still there is a delay in how the media is going to cover Donald Trump and also cover other people as well. It's almost like if they made the compromise, if they're going to cover Donald Trump, then nothing else needs to be covered. And that's a detriment to everyone, because the public still needs to be informed of what's going on. And unfortunately, I heard everybody talking about social media, and I literally wrote down something. when I had the Fourth Estate series, one of the topics that I debated on whether or not I should cover was something called the Fifth Estate. And that's actually our digital footprint, a digital media. So you think of Facebook, you could think of Instagram, you could think of Twitter, and you can think of TikTok right now. And it's something that's not, it's something new, obviously. You can think of all the blog sites. You can even think of our trusted news sources just now going digital. So if you bought the New York Times and you used to get it in print mail or print media through the mail, well, now you can just subscribe and get it online. And it was a little tricky. It's still a new era or a new form of media that I think that we still haven't really caught up with. We don't really know how to vet and to manage it. And I think we're kind of living in it right now. But that is what is considered the fifth estate. And is that also covered under the Constitution? And that's a good question. Our founders did not have the answers for everything. So it's going to be debatable for some time, I guess. But to see how social media plays a big part, excuse me, in misinformation and disinformation, it can be very scary and it can be very unsettling. When you think of young people, their news source or what they say their trusted news sources is TikTok. And excuse me, anything that you could say about MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, ABC, CBS, New York Times, Associated Press, Reuters, ProPublica, name all of they all have been problematic at one point in the past, but nothing like TikTok. TikTok is not owned by them, so they don't hold any kind of loyalty to how we present the news here. They're owned by the Chinese. And the TikTok that we get here in the States is not the TikTok that the Chinese government allows the Chinese people to have access to, which says a lot as well.
Yeah, like we get the junk food diet form, and they get the, veggies and fruit and
Exactly.
veggies.
And the problem with that, anybody and everybody be a journalist on TikTok. There is no vetting. There is nothing. This is why I appreciate what Tiff, our mutual, she does, what Kenny does, Zachary does, and a few other, Brian Baez. A lot of what they will is try to go back and stitch the video of someone who is presenting misinformation and disinformation and try to counter that with fact. And they will have their graph. And, Kenny sometimes will do a skit or he'll make a song, but it's always eating with fact. And it's unfortunate that it's left up to them because it's not Joy Reid that's doing it. It's not MSNBC that's doing it. They just have their page on, but they're not necessarily combating the misinformation and disinformation. And unfortunately, that is a breeding ground for a lot of. You see it on also on the college campuses. This weekend they were showing the protests. It at times felt like it was I was looking at a riot at UCLA. The way these kids were talking, you could listen to them for a couple of minutes and understand that they don't have a good idea of what exactly is going on in the Middle East. And I don't want to shame them, but I just kind of want to hope that someone gets them and just educates through love, through patience, whatever is needed. Channel that anger in a better form, because just screaming, occupying spaces that you should not be occupying, getting arrested, there's a time and a place for that. And it seems that you are being misguided. And unfortunately, that will have real life consequences for a lot of you, especially if you are not white. And I think we saw that with the one general, I believe at Columbia. You cannot, I hate to say it, hate to bring it up, you cannot do what they do. They won't let you get away with it. And this person, the way that he was talking, it sounded like he was being fed a lot of information that just was not based in fact. And that is where true journalism comes in, because true journalism will cut all that. And yeah, there will be some that will just refuse to acknowledge the truth, that will just rather live in delusion. But a lot of these young people, it's sad because they're clearly passionate. And you just kind of want to channel that passion into something that's going to be more meaningful. You can still be passionate about the victim of what Hamas and what the Israel government has done in retaliation. But to do it in this form, to be disruptive, to block roads, to super glue your hand, that is not doing what you think it's doing. and you there's a better way to channel that anger, channel that passion. And
Yes, I'm sorry to
no, go
interrupt,
ahead, go ahead.
Danny, but the same thing, it's like, why now? When there has been a civil war in the Sudan
Hmm.
for over 20 years
Hmm.
that has racked up even more violence and death and starvation.
Yeah.
And so what's the trigger now? You have to
Hmm.
ask yourself.
And I think that's actually a valid question that we can always ask throughout history. Not to bring him up, but part of the reason why Hitler thought he could do what he did to the Jews is because when the Armenian people were having their Holocaust, the world didn't do anything. So he thought he could get away with it the way that it happened to the Armenian people. Why are we outraged when it's certain people or this time or this decade? It really needs to be examined. Being of Haitian descent, we could also bring up Haiti because Haiti was brought up in the news for about like a week. Now you don't hear about it. Why do they get to suffer? They're right there. It's like an hour, 20-minute plane ride just to get from the state of Florida, just to get to the Caribbean. But also, you think of people in Puerto Rico, they're not living their best. And that's a U.S. territory, and they barely make a splash on them. We're getting ready to go into hurricane. Are they even prepared? What have we put in place to help them? If they should lose power, if the grid should go off. And again, it's just we're very tend to be selective of who we are willing to extend compassion and empathy toward. I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure there's a great, study on human relations and who we're willing to do that with. But yeah, there are a lot of, and we tend to be selective of who we become outraged of who's suffering, like who's deserving of it and who's not. But to also get back, TikTok, whether it's banned or not, I use it. But just to scroll, I don't really comment. I don't really post anything on there. But you could clearly see it is so dangerous. The way these young people are passionate about lies, that's where the danger comes because you're not even operating with truth. And if you try to present it to them, some of them can take it, okay, I was wrong. And a lot of them, no, you're not accurate. And it kind of goes back to what someone else was saying about checking your sources. If you're going to, listen to the media, deal with them, some of the things that you should also want to look into is look at some of the stuff that they reported 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when their audience was small, where you had to lead with integrity. You had to be truthful. What were they doing? Were they dabbling into conspiracy theory? And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing a lot of, even on the college campuses. And how do you combat that? And one of the things that annoyed me the most this weekend when I watched the White House Correspondence, I watched it, I know it was on C-SPAN, but I watched it through MSNBC. And Ayman Mohudin was on there. And, he's kind of giving the breakdown and he's just showing the highlights of the dinner. And one of the things he kept saying the entire night was he was talking about the media in third person. The media doesn't know how to cover Donald Trump and his criminal activity, and they don't know how to cover uh, President Biden and his presidency. And I'm like, I'm kind of screaming at the TV, you are the media. What do you mean you don't know how to report on that? And the part I can appreciate, at least you're being honest. You recognize that there's a need, that there's a bit of a shortfalling and it needs to be addressed. I appreciate that. But then if you can't report, who can? And where does that leave people like me who likes to consume the news? I just like to be informed. It gives me comfort to know what's going on. Even if the news is bad, even if it's not like a fluff piece and glowing story, I still just want to be in the know. So if you guys can't report on it and you don't know how to report on it and you're going on 9 years of still trying to figure out on how, well, where do the average American goes to get their news? And this is a perfect breeding ground for misinformation and disinformation. What are you going to do? Like, okay, we've addressed the problem, now how do we fix it? And it almost seems as if everybody who's not a journalist has figured out this is not how you report the news. And I keep having to go back to some of the great, because unfortunately they were able to meet the moment. And I think this is why I get so annoyed and why I kind of turn off the television when the trial is going on for Donald Trump, because it's just around the clock. You're not telling me anything else. I get there can't be cameras in there, so you're just having people that's in there kind of funnel the information to you. Does it need to be around the clock coverage for that? How is that helping anybody? I mean, it's a funny story, but okay, he has flatulence. Okay, what are we supposed to do with that information? How does that help? It's funny. We can all laugh at it. We can joke about it, but that moves nothing. It doesn't move the needle. And this is where I kind of get frustrated because there are stories that do need to be covered. And the fact that they aren't because you are so obsessed with this one man occupies all this space, all this time that you leave everything else. And it's not fair. Or you think that the Biden president is only about his relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. Everything that Soul Sister talks about with the union workers, he's picked up endorsement. He's making deals. We have infrastructure happening. We have college debt being wiped out by the billion. That's not newsworthy. You're not going to focus on any of that. And there's a way that you can talk about it without trying to be a cheerleader for this administration. And I'm sorry, if you can't do it, if you feel like you don't have the range and you can't meet the moment, then you need to step aside and let someone who does know how, because now people don't know. And we're going into less than 6 months. What is it? Yeah, 6 months into an election. And you have people that don't know what this president has done. And you're so focused on wanting to do or report on both sides. Well, we know the train wreck that is the Republican Party. We know what they are not doing. You could also spend just a little bit of time to show what the Biden administration is doing. There's a way to be fair and balanced. Like, we're not asking you to be their cheerleader, but to not acknowledge what they do. And this administration has really been putting in the work. And with the White House Correspondents' Dinner happening this weekend, it really put it in perspective that he is not your enemy. He does not mock you. He doesn't degrade you. He doesn't kick you out of the room. He has learned how to do this without, in spite of, and that maybe some of you guys are in your feelings about it, talking to you, New York Times, but this is why he's also broadened his reach. So he won't go and, give an interview for the New York Times. Okay. But he'll go on Howard Stern. I still haven't seen that interview. I plan to go watch it. But you kind of pushed him to that. Look at how you talk about him. Look how you treat him. You don't want to acknowledge anything that he does. And then when he does do something, are Democrats too cocky? Are they too confident? Not everybody's feeling, this Biden economic. Are they being a little too comfortable? And this is where it pisses me off when I hear that, Democrats are not good when it comes to messaging. Are they though? Because when they try to highlight some of their successes, they're always told, not everybody feels it. So should you be talking that? And then it's, well, the Democrats don't brag on what they do. Well, which one is damn if you do, damn if you don't? And you know how to report the news because we've seen you do it with Trump. We've seen how to do it. And whoever's making the decisions on why you are choosing to cover the news the way that you are, maybe they need to be replaced. It's clearly not just the person in front of the camera that's making the decision, but I think it needs to be examined of how we consume our news going forward. And I just wanted to highlight one last person when it comes to journalism because she did an excellent job this past week. I want to say it's this past week. And she's a Black lady. And we don't always get too many of them that actually do the news right. I'm not watching Meet the Press right now. I'm still going to give Kristen Welker, an opportunity to do better, but I can't right now. It's unfortunate. But I do want to highlight Laura Coates. And if you were watching CNN last week, then you know that there was a man who set himself on fire. And Lauren Coates, who was, I believe, a federal prosecutor before she was a journalist and started working with CNN, she was reporting, and she was supposed to be there to just report on Donald Trump's trial. And this incident happened. And I believe it's like 5 or 6. And if you haven't seen the video, please go watch it. Please go watch it because you see a journalist who is able to just kind of take you through the motion as it's unfolding in front of her. She talks about the sight. She talks about the smell. She talks about the intensity of it. Talks about the heat. She talks about the screen. She talks about the smell of the burning flesh. And you can hear it in her voice. And yet she's able to remain calm. She's able to just present the news to the public. I mean, it is courage under fire. It is all, and it's just 5 or 6 minutes of her just reporting. She is able to kind of just remove herself and just give the audience an update a second by second update of what's going on, what is happening, who's trying to help this man, who are the helpers that go in and try to help, who's just screaming. And the very next day, she does address it on CNN and she talks about it a little bit more and she gives her perspective. But shout out Laura Coast. If you haven't seen the interview, please go watch it. For the White House Press Correspondents' Dinner, it was, I'm sorry, it was a lot of myth with Colin Jost. I think the best correspondence dinner that we had recently was from Roy Wood Jr. from last year. And he is a true journalist. And I did not know that for the longest time. I just think he did a better job at it. There was a lot of awkward silence with Colin's joke. Joe Biden being Joe Biden, listen, he's going to give you who he is. He laughed through a lot of those jokes that bomb, as they all do. But he's not afraid to make fun of himself. I think that, he's able to be lighthearted. He's always able to also be respectful. And I think that's something that I appreciate in a president. Is one thing that I have missed when he wasn't and when Donald Trump was in office. And I feel like that's what they're kind of looking for. They're looking for him to be the enemy so they have a right to kind of go after him. And he doesn't give that to them. He's a lot better at that. And it was a good dinner. But if you want to see a better one, go watch last year's. I'm sure it's on YouTube or C-SPAN. And it was when Roy Wood Jr. Hosted. Michelle Wolf was also a good year as well. But it could have been better. That's all I'll say. Last thing, when it comes to journalism, I knew I wrote this down somewhere. I appreciate that it was Laura Coates that also had that moment because I think that when it comes to Black journalists, we are lack for it. And Black journalists are just as important and essential to news reporting because oftentimes our story, our concerns, are not always considered newsworthy to a predominantly white media outlet. And so this is where they fill in the gap. And this is where they're able to bring a lot of our stories, our concerns, our successes, and things that are happening in our community to highlight to the mass. And so to watch her have her moment, I know a lot of people were congratulating her because she did a really good job. And that is someone that I would hope she does get an award next year for her report because she is brilliant. And my last thing about the White House correspondent, they're giving out awards. Lester Holt, he's a good one as well. But they gave another award to Peter Baker. And it's like, oh my gosh, no, not him once again. This man gets on my nerves. I do not like.
I cannot stand him either.
It's like, why are we
He
rewarding
seems like
him?
He seems like Haberman's twin. That I get the same feeling from.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
last thing about Maggie Haberman. I mean, Donald Trump started calling her name. So all of that water that you was holding for him, you were willing to sacrifice your integrity just to have access to that White House and to the to Mar-a-Lago with the classified documents. And look where it got. He's now name calling you. So it's not even worth it. And this is kind of where I want to shake journalists. Like, it's not worth it to try to be his friend or to try to get in his good graces. It's always transactional with Don. And if unless you're going to report on him and lie about what a success he is, he has no, and he will turn on you every single time. You're gonna watch journalists get burned and burned and burned and still just go back. And I hope this is a lesson learned for her because she is what editor chief at New York Times, so she holds a lot of weight. There's a lot of decision that has to go through her, and I don't think anything's going to change with her. I think she's still going to be the same. I think I'm still going to roll my eyes when it's come to Maggie Haberman because she has shown herself this is who she is. And like you
She's an
said,
access journalist.
yeah, and like you said, there are some, New York Times can get it right sometimes, but it really depends and it really comes down to who the journalist is that is covering the story because they do have a lot of good journalists. And it's a shame that unfortunately people like a Maggie Haberman, or if you're with the Washington Post, I forget who he's with now, Peter Baker, a lot of times they get the highlights or the spotlight. There's other that are still real, and I think it's important that we highlight them. So okay, I just want to leave you all with that. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Off I go to get this tooth pulled with Schmidt.
Well, Sending you good vibes. I hate dental work. I had my appointments last week, so hugs
The
for you.
worst.
Yes, I hope
I hope you
everything
feel
goes
better.
well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, well, Danny always gives us a lot to chew on
She
when she
does.
speaks,
She's
and
amazing.
she really is. I love her passion for the media, which is what allows her, to speak to it in the way that she does. And I think passion is always a good place for us to start with anything. We don't necessarily have to be journalists, but she definitely understands the importance of it and really studies it and has her own, I feel, well developed approach to discussing it, and I
Oh,
appreciate
absolutely.
it.
Absolutely. You wouldn't know that she didn't have a background in it because she gets it. And the nuances are there and she just lays it out in a way that is, it really paints a picture. You see it so clearly when she's saying it. There's the aha moments are one after another and it's just
Yeah, like
amazing.
popcorn, they
Yeah,
just pop.
exactly.
Yes, and I love that because I definitely she brought up some things that I definitely want to just kind of expand on. In particular, when she talked about TikTok being such a source of media and all the things around that, and I. Heard a phrase, the oligarchy of Silicon Valley, and it really stuck with me because they are the ones who are controlling the that aspect of media, that fifth estate, if you will, Danny, and they are not doing so with any type of regulation, and so it is. Leading to a lot of bad stuff for us. So we do have Susan up. I'm going to go to her and then to Kay. So glad. And then Alex, I'll come back to you if that's okay, unless you had something really quick, Alex, to respond to Danny or one of us.
Yeah, just
Okay.
on the issue of disruptive protests, we've discussed that for 17 months in the climate space, and some people, nonviolent, of course. Some people are completely determined that disruptive protest is the way to go, and others think that it's unacceptable. And we've simply come to an agree to disagree state with that. We've got declare emergency, just stop oil, extinction rebellion, and we've come to a complete dead end on that question.
Okay. And I think that probably holds true for a lot of things, a lot of topics that sometimes we just have to agree to disagree, and we understand the necessity of protests, but that peaceful protest and dissent is something that this country was built on. So I'm going to go next to Susan and then to Kay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Dee, for having this space. And Danny, I love your comments all the time because, we share a passion for concern, great concern for the cultural crisis we're in terms of our culture and what's going on with information war. And just a couple of things I want to highlight because it's such a huge, huge topic that it can sometimes be like, where do we begin? Really quickly, my thoughts on the White House Correspondents' Dinner this year. I'm an advocate of free speech. Absolutely think a robust, competitive journalism space and freedom, a mix of types of journalism outlets is best for sustaining democracy long term.
Hey, Susan, you
Yeah.
sound a little muffled. I can hear you, but it just has a little muffled sound. I don't know if
Oh,
you
is this any
can make
better?
any.
Is this any better or no?
It's really about the same, but go
Oh,
ahead. I didn't know if you had a different kind of microphone or what, but I
okay.
hadn't
Let me.
noticed it before.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, I changed headphones. Thank you.
Okay.
Really quick, I'll just make a couple of thoughts on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I loved Roland Martin last year as well, Danny, but I will say a couple things. I do think that in some ways, because of the nature of our cultural bias and our predominantly white journalism sector still, especially at the executive C-suite level and at the gatekeeper level.
I think, Susan, you meant Roy Wood Jr., right?
Oh,
You,
yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, absolutely. He made absolutely on point, excellent points. But in some ways, I feel like Colin Jost's points hit harder for some people in that room. Number one, as Jonathan Lemire said on Morning Joe, and the people who were in the room, it came across much differently, better, I would say. That room sits almost 2,500 to 2,900 people. It's a notoriously very loud room. And I watched it on C-SPAN, and what I know that the broadcast people were doing is they were definitely minimizing any noise in the room, because there's always a lot of clanking dishes with the dinner, and it's a chatty group and it's a large group. And so we didn't really hear the ambient room noise in proportion to what it was. So if you heard it only on broadcast, it was very, so those long gaps, Colin Joe, sometimes doing for effect and sometimes doing it because there was more laughter than we could hear on a broadcast. But I do think because sometimes who the messenger is, it resonates differently with the ears. And I think some of that silence was a lot of those executives did not want to be seen laughing at some of the things he was saying, because you know that the cameras sweep and do a lot of reaction shots as well. When they were talking at one point, it was very, I thought, a subtle dig at zooming in on Peter Ducey's face for one of the comments that was being about Fox News and things like that. I do think when Roy Wood Jr. made apt and appropriate and proportionate comments, unfortunately, because of some of the ugliness, both willful and naive and ignorant biases that exist in the journalism sector, which is still predominantly white and very egotistical, and they do not have good ears for listening. There's a lot of overconfidence that they are right all the time. That, and I'm going to try to say this with nuance, I mean this in the best way, and if I say it in a clumsy way, I'm going to apologize ahead of time, but because a black man delivered the message, even though it was accurate, it comes different when a white Colin Joe grew up on Staten Island and in a very Republican district comes out and says some of the same thing. And he might not have said it as clearly and accurately as Roy Wood Jr. did, but he made some appropriate digs that I think hit some people differently, unfortunately, because they heard it from a person like Colin Joe. And that's another thing about the gaps in the room. So that's all I'll say about that. The other thing is, a number of years ago, the White House Correspondents' Dinner did not get the kind of press coverage it gets now. And they, I think, enjoyed the schmooze fest when it didn't get put under the magnifying glass so much. And I think it's good that they get a taste of their own medicine sometimes when they are now put under more of a magnifying glass. And I thought President Biden did an excellent job of his message, including demonstrating his willing to do self-deprecating humor and make fun of his age and all of that, but then and it wasn't too long and it wasn't too belabored, but he showed them the respect that he doesn't get from them. And he does this quite often, takes the higher road and role models even when it's not given to him. And that room held a wide mix of ethical standards that are demonstrated and practiced by the people in that room. And there are some people who are younger correspondents and journalists who want to do the right thing, and they're going into the profession for the right reasons, and it was their first dinner that they got a chance to be a part of. And there's C-suite executives in there that practice all the things that we've been talking about all day that we despise: unequally applied standards and consequences in their coverage, omissions of important things that so we don't know what's happening with public governance because they're exploiting the sensational and that sort of thing. So I don't need to go over all of that. Like, we're all choir in this room. We all know what we want to see better out of political journalism. I will say that as a whole, I would be hard pressed to know what to say for any young people come to me and say, what are your tips for how to go into this? Because in a pure economic sense, all of it is shrinking. And journalism, especially quality journalism, really struggling economically. It's all shrinking. And that leaves the whole sector primed for, with a whole lot of money, come in and buy influence power. And so, I am part of the crowd online that will call out misleading headlines by corporate newsroom, leaving out contextual information, unequally applied standards, all of that stuff that we despise. But the problem is so much wider and bigger in terms of the media owners who want to own the influence power. And so the people who don't care about whether they make a profit or not, like an Elon Musk, like any other, whether they want to buy a social platform or whether they want to own a big newsroom, it's not about making money, because it's not a money-making industry. It's a lose news money industry. So that means the people who are most vested in anti-government regulation and tax avoidance, both for avoiding corporate taxes and protecting personal wealth, they know that owning influence might, owning the people that you tell how to design the algorithm, owning, owning the employees that need a job and want to do the right thing, but like the New York Times is one of the very few newsrooms that's significantly profitable. And they've made themselves profitable through their, games, Colin Joe's remark about Wordle and stuff, that probably hit because it's their cooking and their Wordle and their games that they use to keep subscribers to make money. And then the political desk can be really savvy about its influence effort by all the tactics we were talking about earlier, which are subtle digs at the Biden-Harris administration, lack of coverage on things, and lack of giving credit when it's due is probably one of the most harmful practices, and you cannot fact check that. You cannot fact check omission. And then the moving on to social media and TikTok and influence online. In a global sense, our foreign adversaries, I feel like, are still wiser than collectively us as Americans in terms of understanding how to use information warfare for the sake of gaining political power and authoritarianism. So it's not really being explained well enough how foreign adversaries are absolutely leveraging and exploiting the college protests and the Israel-Hamas conflict to stoke grievance and stoke division and stoke animosity, and because it's a type of audience that is ripe for those to be really effective, because young people do want to feel like they're part of a noble mission. They might not have full contextual information or lack history on long-term Jewish history and that sort of thing. They might not have depth of knowledge on intel and national security. If Israel falls under to Hezbollah and Hamas, what does that do for global national security? If Israel, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton used to talk about this all the time, how foreign diplomacy was so much more complex than we were able to say, because number one, a lot of it has to be kept quiet. You don't do it in front of the press or it's less effective. And number two is that we have enemies that we negotiate individual deals with depending on weighting and ranking security priority. And you have to do some strategic business with bad actors a lot. And so I'm getting way off, but so the social media just really, and so there's such a mix of things that's causing an overall cultural crisis that is novel because we've never been at this point with modern technology that is so powerful plus easily accessible by anyone to exploit and leverage, trigger organic, strong emotions we have about things, and then exploit and leverage that when the ultimate goal is political power. So I always look at the big picture, and we can rail at the newspaper owners, the struggling journalists who are trying to keep a local paper alive, local station alive. All of these things matter, but ultimately what we really need to change this in a big way is for us to culturally, as a collective, as an American culture and society, be wiser about how to be an audience. Because you can always shame the messenger and try to change what the messenger is saying, but there's always bad actors who are going to leverage bad information. And it's always been around. And I also get a little frustrated sometimes when people say, oh, the 60s and 70s, that was great journalism because it was all facts. There were gatekeepers there too. It was all men, all white men running those newsrooms deciding what we heard that night. And so that wasn't necessarily great either. There was a lot of omission and representation in news at that point as well. It's just that now everything is supercharged, powerful tools that we don't get wise in how tools and shore up the cultural value of vetting information, healthy skepticism. I feel like I'm pretty wise about this, and I got fooled over the weekend by a social media post. And that's it. My emotions get the best of me. I hate the third party thing. And so somebody posted the Jill Stein, clip that she had said the Jews have Poland. And I went back and since I take the time to go back and find a longer clip and study it and really listen and have my headphones on, and I really don't believe she said that, well, the Jews have Poland. I think the word she says was they have their homeland. I do not like Jill Stein. I think she's a chaos agent. I think she does a lot of harm, but that doesn't, if something's inaccurate, it's inaccurate. And so if you're going to, anyway, so that's, even those of us who try so hard to do the right thing, I went and engaged and amplified something that I later found out was inaccurate, and then I went back and deleted it. But so those are some of my big comments. Just such a big topic, it's hard to say in a few words, but just thoughts out there for all of us to continue to reflect on and try to encourage other people to just cross-reference and vet. And also we need some of these really big newsrooms to survive. So when people just say, oh, F the New York Times, F the Washington Post, if we only can have citizen journalism, then we're losing what we get from the team journalists that do really big reports on big authority that it takes a lot of money and resources to do well. So we want them to see, and we want them to employ and pay their employees fairly. We just want everybody to want to stay rooted in facts. And so that's what we have to keep calling for. Thanks, guys. And
Well, thank you
I hope
so.
I wasn't.
Yes, it was very useful, and thanks to you. I want to say while you're still up for sharing with us tips on how to spread information, articles, and things because we've talked about before, like you said, journalism. It's a big topic, so that's why we keep diving into it because I feel like each time we do, we cover new territory, and sometimes even if we repeat old things, I think that is important too because I feel like a lot of the misinformation and the brainwashing that is going on is because it's being repeated. So we have to repeat good information, sometimes to the choir so that it is instilled, like we know it, like we breathe. It comes that easy to us. And I feel that we're not being redundant. We're just building reinforcements because I don't think there is a single solitary answer to, I think we have gotten a clear understanding of what the problem is, that there is a lot of misinformation going on and the sources of it and that sort of thing. And I don't think that we have arrived at, solid solutions. We dabble around it, and I don't know that we'll ever have a solution, but we should be able to come up with some workable ones. And I feel just a really easy one is for us to create our own fire hose of truth continually, and also providing people with good sources of information. So in the jumbotron and in the thread of this live space, I have posted and shared a few resources, and one of them, it has like 76 ways to be well-informed, civically engaged citizen. Lots of tools, even within that website. So please do dive in and share that. I'll keep plucking things from that. I also shared. Remember, I told you, and this goes back to you, Susan, you talked about how we can share gift articles, different ones, because a lot of good information is behind paywalls. And I finally got the Google sheet started. I realized the problem was that I had a much longer one, but it was just my private, it was just in my private document as a spreadsheet. And so I'm slowly going back and copying the information over, but I do have some rather new ones started, and I have that list of gift articles in the thread as well as a graphic of, I think, some good kind of starter books, a good starter library to help you understand and appreciate our democracy and, the threat of authoritarianism, books that I refer to and others refer to a lot. And we'll just keep building on these resources because I think that is in part one of the solution, and that is for us to be well informed and well armed with resources and places to go and learn how to verify and check information. So thank you so much. And I also appreciate that you talked about how sometimes that reporting, while not disseminating misinformation, it was like the omission of reporting. And I feel that I don't know if you heard about my kind of rant and problem with Phil's story. And I feel that that's his journalistic sin. It was omission, like he didn't give enough context to the issue. So I appreciate you helping me to really have a word and a way to describe what I felt he did in there. So thanks again, Susan. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come and share with us, which I know it's an area of passion and expertise for you. So I'm always honored when you can do that. And up next, we've got to Kay, Carrie, and then Davina. And Soul Sister, I want to take a moment to see if you wanted to add anything in here at this time.
Yeah, well, I have a few things to say. I really want to, I really want to say that you didn't fumble it, Susan. I think part of what, or you weren't clumsy. I'm sorry, that was the word you used. You weren't clumsy about how you were saying it. I think sometimes we're trying to be too careful and just speak to the reality of it. In regards to Roy Wood Jr. And his hosting of last year's event versus Colin Jost in this year's event, and I think you're right. It is who delivers it. I think the measure of success, I don't know that I would necessarily agree that Colin Jost did a better job versus Roy Wood Jr. I think that he did a phenomenal job. I think that that, for me, is going to be how I measure, the ones going forward. But this is not me trying to be argumentative. This is just me saying, when we're talking about it, and we're talking about ethical standards. It's a shame that these bastions of authority in business are not even using their own ethical standards in order to receive the information in regards to the criticism of the job that they're doing. Period. And that right there shows that there is an issue. And yes, there were definitely gatekeepers in the past, but they did try to adhere to this standard that is not being met today. And that is what the bigger issue is, I think. So here we are at the end of another correspondent dinner, and it was not only supported by the sitting president, but attended by the current president. And there were news stories that did actually report about that. Obviously, they've spoken about that.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot more that I might save it for my closing remarks, but there's a lot that I do have to say in regards to the protests and other coverage. And also, of course, I still got to give my union update, but we do have hands, so
Okay.
let's get to them.
All right. So to Kay, Carrie, and then Davina.
Hello, everyone. I raised my hand because of a couple of things that one I heard from Blue Stem and Danny, and so I wanted to uplift some of their points and perhaps I don't know if it's possible, but get some answers or further thought. And then hearing Susan also gave me some questions or desire to comment. But let me start. I'm going to start out being silly. I will offer you this. I don't like Peter Baker either, and no one listens to me. But go use the Google machine and look up that elf on the shelf. I'm telling you, because every time his name comes up or I see him, that's what I see. And also, not to be confused with Mike Johnson, both of them sort of have a elf on the shelf appearance.
They really do, like somebody has their arm up their back or something.
See, I'm not wrong. They do, in any case, and so for that, and I'm sorry again to be silly, a little bit reductive, but someone like that who looks like you got to come correct. And in my humble opinion, Peter Baker does not. So, I associate that. The other thing so let me start with what Susan said. And Dee, you brought it up as well. When you talked about omission, and what flipped into my mind too, it with the so-called, when I say news, please know everyone, I'm putting air quotes around it, because there's been so much conflation between news and journalism and infotainment, and frankly, a lot of it, I think there's the power motive. There's also simple laziness and lack of imagination. And then finally, but Dee, you mentioned repetition, and that's what I got from what Susan was saying too. Because y'all, you know what I did? I have done this. Yes, I have. Because I used to. I have been a big MSNBC fan for a long time. I do not, and I have had to pare down my engagement with MSNBC because they've been wrong for a long time. But I have spent time in going through the day, and what I found too is I don't want to disturb my soul further by actually doing hash marks, etc. But the ongoing script throughout the programs during the day with these same questions, and having people on who fundamentally, I think another dip in the so-called usefulness of journalism is having, you know what? Certainly, someone might be an attorney like Andrew Weissman, but they are they're offering opinion. And so throughout the day, that repetition of the same inane question, do you think the Supreme Court is likely to come on? His name just popped to mind. There are others we could probably develop a list. It is your
Yes, they have their rotating stash that they bring through that they do the same thing with. Yes.
Yes, and it's just their opinion. It is adding nothing of news value. So you have that repetition, and there might be a little crumb that someone, or a nugget that someone says, and people might run with it, and it breaks further. But that is troubling to me. And I think one thing that might help us, thank God, I am claiming, I just have to. I'm claiming the Biden Harris victory. I just have to, because another thing that I think will come from that is where we can carve out our concern about social media, et cetera. Those of you who might have read about, this idea of social media being regulated like a utility, there is something in that. And there's something too, there's people get all head up about, quote, free speech, but we really need to unpack that and be careful and make sure that everything is just, for everything to be out there spun up and all willy-nilly, it's damaging. And the social media landscape perpetuates that. So where we might, if we can get, full blown democracy, and by that I mean big D, little d, when we get the House, the Senate, and the White House to put some things in place so that we can combat some degree of misinformation. We'll also be able to, I believe, get some recover some things that are going on in our educational system, so we can move toward what was Susan saying? More. It's about critical thinking, et cetera, and information consumption. How do we consume it? As a librarian, one of the things that we talk about and teach is, quote, information literacy, and one of the hallmarks of that is check your source. Who's your source? What's their affiliation? Who are they mixed up with? As my old boss would say, who are you mixed up with? Who are they mixed up with? And that can lead to follow the money and all kinds of things. But I claim that victory so we can put some things in place so that we as citizens have an opportunity to fully exercise critical thinking skills and stop being, moving away from the craving of repetition. Repetition is powerful, and it does lead to, whether if it's served up by lazy people who are power hungry as sort of like an opiate, what have you, it makes us lazy, and not us, not the people in this room. But there's something going on. I have a friend. I had a friend who's on our side. She believes, and she is still, Lord help me, I think I said this last. She is still saying to me, I sure wish there'd be more from Kamala Harris. You know what? That woman is out there. Cover it. Come on. There's been more coverage. That's true. But another thing, this is where where there are some little things where there are cracks. And another thing that gets me hopeful is, I'm sure you saw, I mean, Kamala Harris, when she's on the road, she's speaking with local radio stations. That's power. That is power. So not only her appearances, but and I think she's making appearances and doing things in ways and getting in those cracks, as is Joe Biden with his Howard Stern appearance, they're going past some of this lazy media in ways that I personally believe will lead to our November surprise, because both of them are humane, human people who want the best for us, you, capital S, and they're getting their message out in a variety of ways. So that gives me hope. And I think we'll get some attention. So I wanted to point that out with regard to news. And Susan, thank you for talking about omission. That is something that, it's really uppermost in my mind. And Danny, and I'm not going to do any comparison about Roy Wood Jr. and Colin Jost, but I will say this. I'm not a fan of Colin Jost. When I heard that he was doing that, I thought, oh, well, I've seen clips and what have you, but I will give him this. And just as Susan was saying too, the pauses, etc. From what I've seen, it was partially for effect, and then also I'll allow for the ambient noise in the room. I thought he said some things that not only were they funny, but they were to me, but they were genteel, I guess, if you will. So I don't know what a word to use. They were just a little, maybe genteel isn't the right word, so please forgive me for that. But I don't know. They were just kind of. Anyway, let me just move on. I'll let y'all parse that. I didn't mean it in any offensive way. But what I want to say, though, one thing I will uplift him for is that sign off he did calling Joe Biden decent man. And that rang through the halls of that room beyond. And that, both of them, Biden and Harris, they are decent people. And we need that so desperately. So I will uplift Colin Jost for that. And the last thing, and this is from Danny and into Blue Stem, I would like if I could get documentation or a reference to people, because my mind is all muddled about the Palestinian, the pro-Palestinian protests, etc., and who's doing what. And there's some reports that Jewish students are involved and that things are going, that they are not being mistreated. But then I hear stories from members of the Jewish community who are very concerned and feel very threatened and are very upset. And that's sort of the register that I'm worried about, particularly when I do see clips of students not, might have just been one, but not fully understanding the depth and range of the protest, along with my concern too, as we heard in this room, Haiti, Darfur, Sudan, like why this? Why is this particular instance? Because a life is a life is a life is a life all around the world, right? So in my humble opinion, there's something about this circumstance that is triggering protests in a way that causes me deep concern. And I think I've covered everything that I wanted to say. So, one thing, Danny, that's right. When you lifted up Laura Coates, another thing that I wanted to point out about her is she's also known for, she's done some excellent pushback with interviews. So I also appreciate her journalistic integrity in that range. And I will land my plane there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, 2K, and always welcome your humor. You have just the best wit, and I love it. The elf on the shelf. Sometimes we need that levity, and you always bring it, and I do appreciate it. And as well as your insights on this particular topic, but many others that you share with us. So thank you for your perspective and just that bit of information around it. I think it is just really important that we continue to have these discussions to help do what we can to inform ourselves so we can inform our friends and neighbors, like those who are just, as you said, just repeating bad information. I had a conversation with someone who was wrestling with friends from childhood about, kind of a misleading ideology that is propaganda that has filtered down into Black and Brown communities. And they are, embracing their own kind of replacement theory, narrative. around black and brown people. Like, they think the immigrants are taking their jobs and stuff too. And it's just kind of cray cray. Some of them are saying that, immigrants are coming into communities and they're getting housing and all of these things. And, I have yet to find one that is able to point me to a credible source for that statement. But it is being said. I've heard it in spaces and I've heard it in real life from people like rideshare drivers and stuff. And as you say, I just want to go, "Ugh, why are you saying that? That is so not true." And but again, when and where we can, I feel like the more we fortify our sources of information, we can approach some of these topics. And advice that I gave to one mutual here in the community is sometimes, especially with old friends, you figure you have a little time, you're having repeated conversations with them. So think of it not trying to pour all of the information or facts into them at once. Think of it as a gradual work in progress, like you're constantly like filling them with a little bit more information, and you keep filling and filling, and finally they go, oh, now I see. And that was my approach with some family members, trying to move them toward being more informed, just slowly over time, different topics, different, issues, just, pointing them in the right direction, just keep turning and pointing, turning and pointing. It does get exhausting sometimes. But I feel if these are people that you care about, it's worth that little bit of effort. I would not put that kind of effort into, like strangers or whatever who, no matter how much you lead them and show them and tell them, they're never going to change their mind. You just don't know. But I'd say gauge your sense of whether it will be, I should say, fertile soil to till or not. And if it is, if there's vested relationship there, I would say it likely is or could be fertile ground. It just may need more work and more time and require more patience. So thanks again, 2K. So up next we have Carrie, then Davina, and I see Black STEM has come up as well.
Hi, everybody. I have a lot of catching up to do, but yeah, it's not just black and brown, but brown and brown as well. I mean, the important overall thing with the recent speakers is that there are people who effectively make worse the divisions that already exist and prejudice and
And
stuff.
that is a result of propaganda
Hmm.
being worked on us, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, and some
Hmm.
of it is propaganda that has been worked over time.
Right.
They don't actually have to do anything anymore because all of the other, they already, basically toiled the soil and planted the seeds, and now they're taking root. And I feel like that is part in part some of what is being done with these protests, some of what is being done in our black and brown communities, finding, cracks in our democracy, in our civic society, and just, mining and drilling away at them. But I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
No, not at
you
all.
just, yeah, but go ahead and continue. I just wanted to kind of
So
agree with you there.
yeah, so I mean, there's just kind of two things towards that, but in general, I mean, if I were a young, less informed person not really paying attention, I would think that the protests are rather organic, and who cannot look at what's happening on the news and not be just completely distressed. But having personal experience with two-faced people, there's in person who I, supposedly worked with who were very antagonistic, although they pretended not to be, to a democratic beliefs and what do you call it, planks of our party and what we want. So, and I guess, that moles in political parties have been a thing for a long, 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 long time, just as spies in the FBI have been and all. I mean, it all goes pretty way back. But when campaigns seem to be more of a threat here in Nebraska, then that ugly business came out. The people who are filming, being paid to film to be able to catch dirt on the opponent, and the people who are pretending to be in support of a candidate but are really working against the candidate. And it just is so disgusting. And then also I noticed, because of experiences with that certain people I worked with, not very many, were involved in George Floyd in a way that was very suspicious. And then to have the reports from Minneapolis about, a couple different white supremacists who were caught, thank goodness, for infiltrating, pretending to be Antifa. And we had some property destruction here during George Floyd too. And it's just so suspicious, but the police never investigated it at all. And heck, why? Nobody will. So, and one thing I know for sure is that money, like definitely Russian money and God knows what, gets very, very laundered. And some of that definitely goes into environmental groups and left groups specifically to be able to obtain an influence in there to, root for the squad kind of thing. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. I don't want to go into big, long detail about it, but you know what I mean? I'm just thinking like the younger people, if I talk about this, I just sound crazy because if I hadn't experienced it firsthand, plus done all the reading about it and talked about it here, I would have been like, why are you so paranoid? So I don't know if anyone has other similar experiences, but it's just really underhanded and it's part of that dark money. It's just such dark, dark, dark money. I can't find specifics, just generalizations like, I wonder, makes you wonder about this and that. So and just to say again that certain Mexican Americans who have really benefited from Coke industries and stuff, I know a few, and some of them are just very up in arms about Guatemala and Honduras, El Salvador, and they say they want to close the border because they don't want those lazy people coming over, and that they've, don't live the American dream, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, which is only partially true because they're definitely hard workers, but you know what I'm saying. So it's just a lot. And the right has really made inroads with that community. However, if you look at the statistics across the nation, though, I mean, who's worse? White men and white women. So there you go. And thanks everybody for the good work.
Well, thank you, Carrie, and I appreciate your advocacy and your work on the ground. I hope things are going well, but there are a lot of forces at work. I don't know that we could actually name them all, but we do have to be aware and just kind of be on guard and again, just continue to arm ourselves with the truth and understanding and uncovering, problematic people, or at least recognizing and being aware of them, and if need be to inform others so they are not, taken in by, nefarious characters or things like that. So I appreciate you coming in and sharing this today. And so next, I think we lost Davina. It may be school bus time. I meant to be looking at the time. I'm sorry. She may be able to come back, but I'll go to Black STEM and then back over to my co-host.
Hi, everybody, again. I just wanted to maybe take a step back and give some background information because the question was asked, why is this situation with the students, why is this coming up, and why didn't something similar like this come up with Sudan and Haiti and I think even Puerto Rico, which is a U.S. territory, was mentioned. First, I'd like to explain in case you're not aware of how these colleges, these Ivy League colleges, typically teach their students. They typically base their studies on case studies. What that means is that someone has put together, either a faculty member, typically a faculty member, has put together from their research the presentation of an issue, and they state what the problem was that created the issue, the situation. They then give a 360 representation of how different people involved with the situation view it. And then at the conclusion of that, they ask questions. And that's where they ask for the students to use the theories and the methodologies that they've learned in their classes to answer the questions about the situation and to come up with possible solutions, resolutions, and insights as to what they've learned from the case study. My understanding is that Columbia, and I don't know about the other schools, but I know Cornell because that's where I went. They have been talking about the Israeli Palestinian situation as a case study. And it's part of some classes, depending on what the degree, political science degrees and so forth. But it is presented as a case study. It's presented as here's what everybody that has been involved with the situation, open it up to what is called Socratic methods, which is you ask the students questions. Students, as I indicated before, answer based upon what they've learned from that class, as well as other integrated concepts that they have from other classes. So the idea that these young people are getting these ideas from TikTok is completely incorrect. These young people are in classes where they're actually debating and talking through the entire situation so that they can fully understand the history as well as the perspectives as well as possible solutions. My understanding is that when the October 7th event took place, there were many students that went to their faculty asking the question, can you give us history on this relationship between Israel and the people of Gaza? And so a lot of the faculty took that as a positive. The students are asking for more in-depth information than they can get from the outside world, okay? So these students were not looking to be angry at each other. They were not looking to cause problems. They were looking to understand more in depth than what our news and journalism was providing. The students then centered around the event that took place in 1947 when the Middle East was chopped up into many pieces and Israel was given its state and the people that were there were told to leave, and the students began to ask questions. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? And the faculty has tried all along to give honest, objective information. But however, in those discussions, you cannot say that the Jewish students wouldn't feel uncomfortable. It's sort of like when we talk in America about slavery, how white people feel uncomfortable whenever Black people ask the question, why did you enslave us? Over in, when you talk about Israel, Palestine, the whole Middle East, when you ask the question, well, why would Jewish people come in and take land from others? It's an uncomfortable conversation. And so tensions started to rise, okay? Not that the students were looking to attack each other, but it's just a normal, uncomfortable, controversial type of discussion, okay? But then, and so it's been building over time. That's what I understand. It's been building over time. But what may have pushed it over the edge, and I'm not sure of this, okay? So this is just my insights, okay? What pushed it over the edge happened the weekend after Easter of this year, when it was reported that Israel was using artificial intelligence called Lavender, Lavender, to search out and kill large numbers of Palestinian people as they were targeting Hamas. Now, you might say, why is this different? Artificial intelligence has been around. We're all starting to get used to it. What was different about this story that came out, and it was found by BBC. Okay, so this is a British news outlet. It was discovered that lavender apps.
Cynthia, check your mic because you are really garbled right now. I feel like it's probably because of the topic, but I couldn't hear anything after you said it was discovered that lavender, and then you just got garbly. Can you hear me,
Black Sim, can you drop down and come back? Because we really want to hear the end of this. I'm telling you.
Exactly. And you know what happens, I think, yeah. So, sister, did you want to chime in on anywhere in this topic? Because I did want to, okay, here she comes back. I want to slowly move us into Just a little bit of, okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm
I
just
know.
laughing. I'm
Girl, you better
laughing.
tell it all.
I
You better
know.
tell it all.
Okay, so Lavender, or Operation Lavender, that's what this is called. It is the first time in mankind's history that a super destructive war tool is being used. And what do I mean by that? The way that Lavender was described is that Israel hired some outside resources, which they won't name, to bring to them artificial intelligence that does two things. Number one, it identifies the main leadership of Hamas. And number two, it estimates, it calculates, it predicts, it calculates, and then it gives the okay for killing hundreds of people around these leaders. So Lavender is basically what it does is it goes out and it combs the entire internet around the world. And it finds out, number one, who, if anyone, has ever talked about Hamas, ever posted anything in support of Hamas, has ever even looked at a person in Hamas, and it collects all of those names. Okay, so if any of you in this room have ever said, I believe Hamas is doing a great thing, your name is now on that list. Okay. Then what the artificial intelligence does, it ranks the people that are on that list as to whether or not they are high value or low value targets. High value means these are leadership people that make decisions inside of Hamas. Low value means you just happen to be on the street walking next to a person by Hamas. Oh, well, too bad for you. Okay. Once it has ranked these people, these individuals, then what Lavender does is it says, okay, let's say that I'll just use myself as an example. Cynthia Williams is a high-ranking person in this terrorist organization. It goes out and it looks for Cynthia's birth certificate. It goes looks for my driver's license. It goes looks for what I shopped at my local grocery store, what schools I went to, what yearbook I'm in, what my voting record was, what house I bought, what apartment I lived in, what school I went to, who were my friends, who are my parents, who are my grandparents, who are my sisters, who are my cousins, who are my neighbors, who are my coworkers, where do I go during a typical day, how much time do I spend at place X if I work, what time do I come, what time do I leave, what time do I go to lunch, where do I go to lunch? What do I typically eat? It collects all this information about the individual. And then the program starts calculating. It starts
You're in the matrix again. Cynthia, can't hear anything. Totally in the matrix. They really don't want you to explain this to us. You want to try your mic again? Can you speak? Can you say anything? Think you're gonna have to try it again. Drop down and come back, Cynthia. Okay, she's trying to speak, and yeah. Go ahead, Soul Sister. See if I can bring her back. See if we get any better.
Okay. I appreciate that we're talking about how the protests on campus came about and, the debates that happened and how students tried to educate themselves on the subject matter. And it's a very complicated one. So I believe that they ended up, getting a Cliff Notes, Crib Notes version of it, and still don't fully understand it. I don't think that anyone who has exactly, unless you've been actually in the process of international relations, global relations, dialogue community, or negotiations of it, I don't think that people fully understand it at all. And that's my opinion. But what we're not talking about here, and I'm just shocked and a little bit disturbed, more than a little bit disturbed, is that what we're seeing on these campuses is not just about protests. We can't pretend that this is just about protests when there is actual hate. There is actual hate speech.
can you guys hear me?
I don't care. I can hear you now. So we'll let you continue. I can stop. We'll come back to me.
I'm sorry, Elon is fighting me hard. He doesn't want you guys to know about lavender. I don't because I think that's the reason why the student protest started. So I don't know how far I got, but basically the internet they use the artificial intelligence to calculate where you're going to be at a certain time of the day, and then they target sending in bombs at that time of day wherever you are. The artificial intelligence also calculates how many people are acceptably going to be killed around you. And so it can kill, according to what BBC was able to find out, it's acceptable to kill up to 300 people around a high value target. Around a low value target, it's acceptable to kill up to 25 people. Those people can be people walking in the street. They can be people sitting in their houses. They can be people, they're just people. The artificial intelligence does not put a value on human life. It just says you can kill up to a maximum of X number of people if you get this person at this time of day at this location. When that news came out, it ricocheted around the world, because this is the first time artificial intelligence and really any kind of wartime tool has been used to this level of precision. Okay. And the UN went into an emergency council meeting the night after this was revealed by the BBC. They spent hours talking about it behind closed doors in terms of what they were going to do about lavender. That's when they came out with the vote that they wanted there to be humanitarian aid sent in ASAP. They wanted Israel to stand down on holding off humanitarian aid, and they wanted there to be a rigorous effort towards ceasefire. When that happened, within 2 or 3 days after that, the Google employees started protesting because of this thing called Project Nimbus. Nimbus is something that Google will not share the details on, but the students have a high suspicion that it's related to lavender, the artificial intelligence killer. And so the Google employees were like, no, we don't want to have anything to do with this. This is not what Google is about. This is not what artificial intelligence is supposed to be about. This is just not it. You don't have to tell us whether or not you're using it in lavender. We don't care. We don't want to be involved with this anymore. So that's what started the Google protests of the employees. And the employees were immediately arrested. But again, no one ever explained what Project Nimbus is, and they won't explain. They just know that it's tied to Israel in some form. And then within maybe a week or two after that, that's when the college protests started. And I am not a member of the US government. I don't have any insights because I'm not actually on any campuses, but the way in which this escalated, I think, is related to what was discovered about lavender. And Israel has come out and said lavender does not do what BBC says it does, but they won't give the details. They won't give the details of what lavender does do, which leads everybody to believe, since the UN went into emergency meeting, that this has to do with killing people at high rates using artificial intelligence. The students I think, are caught between a rock and a hard place, because the students are trying really hard to use what we teach at our colleges around the world, not just here in the US, is take in information, do an assessment, and problem solve. That's all of our colleges do around the world. Take in information, do an assessment, problem solve. When that problem solving involves human life, it involves financials, it involves political positions, it becomes extremely messy, and it becomes extremely emotional as well. And are there students on the campus? I think I heard Solstice just say there are people saying hateful things. Yes, there are people saying hateful things all the time. There were people saying hateful things when the Freedom Riders were writing in the 1960s. There were people saying hateful things about the Vietnam protests and about Kent State. There were people saying hateful things about our recent George Floyd, Black Lives Matter protests. There are always people saying hateful things. What the universities want to do is they want the students to learn how to discuss these topics without going to the extremes. Because again, the end goal is to problem solve. It's not to go out and kill people. It's not to go out hating people. It's to problem solve. Find a way in which we can all live together in this world as one united collective people in peace. But you have also the factor of many of these campuses are open and they don't restrict outsiders from coming in. Outsiders can be hateful people too. They can come in and they can walk up to a Jewish student going across campus to class and say, I hate you, and punch them in the face because we have open campuses. Is that a student, though? Another student that has committed that crime? No, but it gets reported that way. Are there students on campus who are racist? Yes, there are. Are there students on campus who are anti-Semitic? Yes, there are. Are there students on campus that are Islamophobic? Yes, there are. And the list goes on and on and on. Anti-Black, anti-Christian, you name it. It's on a college campus. But the goal of the campus is to help these young people understand how to look at a situation, make assessment based upon fact of what's really going on, and problem solve. Find a way, a solution for all of us to live together in the best way possible. But I believe that all of this escalated once everybody learned about lavender. And lavender is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. It's like Skynet 2.0. It's so dangerous now that Israel has used it that, for example, we could all be sitting here and all of a sudden D disappears from the screen, okay? D might have gotten hit by lavender. That's how precise this system is and how it doesn't care who it kills. So I just wanted to share that with you. And the fact that I got blown out of here, literally, I could not even find the space anymore listed on my Twitter feed, means that somebody at Twitter doesn't want you guys to know about all of this. So that's
Well,
all I have
I
to
think
say.
well, I thank you for your tenacity and your persistence in coming to complete that story and that information. And I do know that I think there are multiple there are things that are converging. I don't doubt that that probably was an igniter. And I feel like these other nefarious outside players that we have, like Russia and China and others, are also playing in on those things. And that there are some students who, they're just young, they're passionate um, about certain things, yet they like a full understanding, even with, having courses and those types of things, because even, having that history and thing being taught to you, and kind of divorcing it or uncoupling it with where we are right here in this time in our history. And kind of one of the messages that is being put in the ethos, not necessarily at the protest, but I feel like that is kind of part of it and tied to it, this kind of withholding of votes and opting out of the democratic process because of their anger. And I see that as a very dangerous place for us to be, and see that having other outside forces playing a role in that, if that makes sense. And again, like I said, the oligarchy of Silicon Valley is something that we're going to have to be dealing with for some time. And these are also people who are part of a shadow network, if you will. And I still don't go to Facebook because of the Cambridge Analytica situation. And, I feel like the same thing is being done with this app right now, purposely sowing disinformation and some other things that are helping to destroy like the kind of beehive of our society, the that willingness to talk to each other, to understand each other, or to understand situations in depth. We just kind of hit on the surface of things, and we allow our emotions to just bounce us from one issue to the next, and it's just one crisis to the next, according to what the folks who are operating in the media sphere decide is the sensational story of the day. And that is part of what I wanted to, like I said, make sure that we highlighted in our conversations around this today.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this because I see there's another hand up, but I just want to stress to everybody, make sure that you're really understanding everything that's going on. I know there's a lot of information out there that is questionable, and we're getting flooded. I think it was Danny who said we're getting flooded, we're getting saturated with so much information, especially around Trump. Everything around Trump is, on the news right now. And these important things like lavender and Project Nimbus are falling through the cracks. Most Americans, if you walk up and ask them, have they heard about lavender, would probably tell you no. But it was major global news for about 48 hours, to the point where the United Nations stopped all work to spend time on this. So please, just I know people are saying these are young people. They're very passionate. Yeah, they are, but they're not stupid. Please don't think these young people are stupid. Are they maybe not going about it the way that we would because we're much older than them? Sure. Young people always do things that are bold and sometimes, not well thought out. But please don't think that they are dumb, because they aren't. And many of the students are actually graduate students that are in these protests. And as you know, graduate students, they've already had their first 4 years of college and now they're into their second or third year, depending on what programs they are. So these young people, they're trying their best to do what they're being taught to do, which is to be contributors to our society and to the world at large. So I'll just
Yeah.
end it with that. I'll just end it with that.
And I think that that is a valid point. And I don't think that they're stupid, the fact that they're there in college. But as I said, I think that there are adults who are, working, decades deep in certain professions who are being taken in by some of these factors at play that are more murkier than others and less, as you said, in the media and in the understanding of the regular American or the everyday American. So I thank you for bringing that to us. And I never, as I said, first of all, I don't like calling people stupid. Period. Even
Agreed. Me either. That's not my thing
and
either.
I in fact got on the mic to say something in another space because someone did call them stupid, and I don't like that. What I do think is there is a lack of civic understanding around our democracy and the fragileness that we're facing at this time. And that's the danger for me, that I want to continue to highlight and try to bring some nuance of understanding to, because I mean, I get it. I do. And I don't discount it. As I said, I think that there are, beyond lavender and nimbus and other things, that there are other factors that are being woven into valid concerns, valid passions that are usurping and maybe misdirecting. And then you have the media, chiming in and highlighting the sensational and not digging down, like they could, just like you did in 5 6 minutes here, explained this. I have yet to see, I did see that report. So I'm glad that but I read it and I kept moving and I never saw anything else about it. And, someone could do what Rachel Maddow, I think, does so beautifully, but she is one person. Oftentimes, when there are contentious issues, she really peels back the layers and basically takes us to school and gives us a history class to bring more uh, a fuller understanding to the situation, as opposed to just the surface level of what is happening in the most recent and what is being talked about. So that's what I kind of seek to, I'm no Rachel Maddow, but that's what, the work that I try to strive for is like not just talk about the top news stories, our feelings about it, and our opinions, and expressing our emotions about it, but really digging into it to have a deep understanding of it, so that we can form well informed opinions. So, thank you so much, Cynthia, for giving us more information to chew on, and to develop, and kind of beef out that understanding in this area. So, with that,
Yeah.
I am.
One last thing. If you guys want to write letters, please write letters asking our government not to support lavender. Please, because lavender is going to kill us all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that, because, as I said, this is the time of the Silicon Valley oligarchs, and these things are not always beneficial to our society at large and long term. So, up next, I'm going to go to Davina, and then Khalil and LMZ, and we'll start to wrap up. So, if any of you are down there in the gallery, I want to thank you for being here, listening. Those of you who have come up to share, this would be the time to make your way to the mic. So, Davina, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Dee. Thanks so much for having me up here. I missed last week because I got to go on holiday with my family, but
I hope you had a good
unfortunately,
time.
I had such a good time. It was so revitalizing, and oh yeah, it was so revitalizing that I needed a holiday when I came back. Yes, but I'm here now, and I need to take that good energy I have and channel it into productive pro-democracy efforts, because oof, things still need work. And I think as I get older, I understand that it's my challenge to accept the human condition, that there are always people who are pushing their own wheelbarrows. In their own minds, maybe they're serving society and supporting the nuclear family. But from a more, I think, anchored in reality perspective, they're advancing theocracy or other ideologies that actually harm people. And I always want to be there helping to speak up, just to make the voice of decency louder, because people can get intimidated when passionate people who are doing harm really lean in with their whole chest to their bad convictions. So I love that this is a group of people that raises awareness to Project 25. And my thought for the day about how to help is to use a strategy called bundling that I remember being taught in cognitive psychology just for learning information at college. But if you bundle something like Christy Noam's shooting her 14-month-old puppy because she didn't secure him in his kennel and he bit her neighbor's chickens, and then she got frustrated and shot not only her children's dog, I mean that they cared about it and said, where's Cricket, but she also then shot a family goat who was unneutered and smelly, and she was just clearly in a temper and an enthusiasm for killing things. And a lot of people recognize the indecency in that. So I'm like, rather than perpetually just trying to lean into the outrage and say, look at this terrible thing they've done, I'm thinking the strategy of bundling would promote me to go, Christy Noam shot her dog. And even people who work in agriculture are speaking up to say, it doesn't sound like she was justified. It sounds like she's just putting things together to stoke an image of fabricated strength and embracing difficult decisions, but that she actually made a bad decision out of temper and decided to showcase that decision to make her appeal to Donald Trump for herself as a vice presidential candidate. But if I bundle that with, hey, 15 Republican-led states refused federal aid for summer food programs for children who rely on school lunches to get enough nutrition and energy and kilojoules in their day, are now deprived of all the funding. I read that 8 million children that would have received help otherwise are now not receiving help because of Republican governors. And to draw attention to that pattern, because humans do recognize patterns, but you have to help more people recognize those patterns by drawing more people's attention to it. And I saw also that Speaker Mike Johnson, the leader of the House Republicans, is refusing to let a bill be voted on that would continue an internet program that's allowed people on the impoverished side to have this $30 a month federal help of internet payment. And so millions of people, rural Americans, older Americans, veterans, who have been helped to be able to do their schoolwork, apply for jobs, receive federal benefits. A lot of things that can only be applied for now via internet access. And that help will now be cut off because the program cannot be continued because the continuation bill is not being brought to the fore from Mike Johnson. It's a pattern of cruelty, but I also saw the language that they used to defend that, and that was that the federal help would disincentivize prosperity. So I'm like, well, thank you for saying it, and I will use that in my broadcast and try and put it out there to say, yes, they'll say that help from governments disincentivizes prosperity, but at the same time, they collected a lot of money when Trump was very loose with running that PPP program during COVID and giving handouts to wealthy people, including a lot of his Republican supporters. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, all those people that collected hundreds of thousands of dollars to help their business efforts and now poo-pooing, or not now, it's not a new thing for them. They poo-poo help for those with less, for those to whom actually that help would mean the world, mean the difference between falling off a financial cliff or having some kind of stability and day-to-day comfort in their lives. Their ability to keep a roof over their heads, even as well as their children fed. That kind of really important societal supporting help is rejected by them because they think it disincentivizes prosperity. And that is a core belief that if you expose it, actually a lot of people would, I think, reject that element of Republican thinking. And I know the Biden-Harris administration really hopes to pick up more support from, or to at least double down on support from moderate, because I know those on the left are going to really struggle with supporting the Biden administration just because Israel is an ally and all of the moral complexities that go with supporting Israel when sometimes the government of Israel is very corrupt and takes insufficient care of civilian lives. All of those things that really actually disturb and upset me as a Jewish person, even a lapsed Jewish person who rejects genocide and civilian casualties, and the callousness of creating collateral damage just to beef up your reputation as a strongman leader, something which I believe Putin did. Actually, I should land my plane. But anyway, I'll say strongmen, autocratic posturers with their fabricated strength that actually harm their own communities, endanger millions of people in order to create momentum for their own political trajectories, in order to drum up support from people who become frightened in a war situation and think, oh, stick with the strong person who'll protect me because our safety is threatened. They cause chaos and they climb that ladder. But in the meantime, I'll go back to thinking about ways I can bundle it and bundle information for make it more palatable and easily digestible for as many people as I can, because I will be a pebble in that pond of trying to get good information out there, knowing all the factors that are against us. And my other tip for the day is I'm going to try and be funny where I can as well. I'm not very funny right now, but I'm going to try and be, because I know humor helps make quality information more attractive as well. And that's my ambition for the day. Thank you so much for having me on. That's my plan. And thank you all. Thanks especially Dee and Soul Sister.
Well, thank you so very much, Davina. And I think that is a great tip, bundling, because at the end of the day, in a sense, I guess that's what we do here, because I don't like to just focus on a sensational story, but, I look to connect the dots. And as you said, in that sensational story about her, you can connect other aspects of Republican behavior that actually highlights their cruelty, their selfishness. And when you talked about them withholding help for, people who are disadvantaged, or older people like myself, because I really like that little discount that it provided. It helps, it gives a little breathing room. But this has been a strategy of the conservative agenda for a very long time, to make people turn away things that would actually be helpful to them just by the way that they're framing it. And that is exactly what it is. So I hope that another thing that we help people and assist them in doing here in our conversation is find ways of framing it, because the media doesn't always do a good job of that. So I like that we can come and have these conversations. We can connect dots, because at the end of the day, they've hijacked words like patriotism, Christianity, and even fiscal conservatism. It's a bunch of crock, because one of the first things that Trump did, beyond the Muslim ban that he passed, was one of the biggest tax breaks to the wealthy. He gave them. And here in my state, we just wrapped up our legislative session, and what did they do? They're all concerned about money, and, they were trying to ram these vouchers. That didn't pass. But what did pass was an $8 billion tax break to business people here, of which our governor and I think about 6 or 7 other lawmakers will benefit from. And many of these businesses are actually out of state. And it was such a scam. They built the need for it based on the threat, not an actual, but the threat of a lawsuit. Some business people wrote a letter about the franchise tax, and talked about filing a lawsuit. So they preemptively decide to pass a law that will prevent them from doing this, or make it unnecessary. And it even had some of their own Republicans saying that it wasn't necessary. And so again, them reframing, changing the narrative is what they do, and we have to kind of see where they're doing that and craft our conversations. Around correcting the false narratives that they are painting. So thank you, Davina, for helping to remind us of that today. And as we're getting close to winding down, I just want to remind people that there are some great resources that I've put in the Nest and the Jumbotron and down in the Purple Pill. So take time to look at those, grab those. And share them, bookmark them before we close out. We do have a couple of other speakers, and I'm very glad because I haven't heard from them in a while. So Khalil, and then LMZ, I'll let her close us out, and then we'll, my fabulous co-host. So Khalil, how are you?
Hello, D. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm struggling with ear. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay. Thank you. It's me that can't hear, but that might have something to do with some other issues as opposed to.
I know that
You
feeling. I
know, right?
can't see as well. I can't hear as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, please. Just got done talking to my doctor. So it's really good to be able to speak in their space because I normally, this is a really kind of busy day for me ordinarily. So I might be able to sit down in the gallery and listen, and even then it's off and on, but I'm not able to really engage like I like to. At least from time to time. So, I always like spend time with the both of you when I can because I always learn. And I think certainly at this stage in my life, most of the attention is given to, what I can teach. But what I find is that the nourishment I get from learning is extremely important. Because it keeps me grounded. So I'm just really happy that you guys remain the source of good information, remain a source of honest discussion. And I don't think we could talk enough about how much, how much high regard I have for the commitment that you both have made, you and so have made to have discussion, create this space for people to come to and be able to share their thoughts and so on. So thank you so much. I just want to start off saying that. Other things I really can't stay long, but I do want to just kind of contribute to the discussion about, idea that we were talking about the decisions that students make, particularly in the classroom. I mean, particularly in the college campus. And one of the things that really comes out when you think about all this fire over the last, what's it, 6 months now or so, or 7 months or so, is how little we do understand, not to mention appreciate about what it is to be a young person country, and the challenges that they face. You hear that noise in the background is the granddaughter. You gotta bear with us.
Aw,
Okay.
that's
So
beautiful.
I'm telling you, she has changed one's life. She really has. But I can't compete with her toys. They all do some sort of noise.
Of course.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And what I really mean by that, you and I believe I think it's Black STEM had commented on the idea that the whole idea of stuff. I don't normally engage that kind of stuff anyhow. I don't even know what the profit of that is, other than people to get their own stuff off, so to speak. But now that's their mother and father. That's mother and father is making a bad difference. So I'm sorry. So is that key? I just wanted to understand how important it is to listen to what these young people are saying. It's not that, and again, Black STEM had really is trying to drive that point home, and so have you. We living, and I say this all I know, people have heard it a lot, but these are very volatile times. Volatile, not just but these are very volatile. And so, what young people are doing now resembles very much of what young people did, in my era, certainly, there's a history of 6, 7 of student protests, and of course, some of it is pretty tragic, like state, but very often been, they've spurred great discussion. They spurred great, and we're not smart about using our reason because we're so busy being superficial, that to get to anything, to get to things to any great depth, it's too much work for us. And that's really going to be the bane of our existence. We don't work hard, look at things depth that's necessary so that you can make intelligent decisions. And for me, it feels like it's gotten worse. Our divide can they used to be just disputes, they used to be disagreement, but now we work hard. Seems to me. And there are, of course, nefarious sources out there trying to take advantage. You talked about, with Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, they all are engaged creating the chaos, helping to create the chaos that they believe will undermine democracy. But we're a good target. We're a solid target. We give them so much fodder to work, and it's important for us now to recognize that right now in this moment, there are things that we need to be doing. And having these kind of discussions that you provide, you and Soul Sister provide, are incredible to be something of a, you know, a casual thing in terms of trying to think of there's a better word that escapes me right. They didn't used to be vital, but I believe today they are that we need to really have these discussions. We need to learn my concern is that we know how to tear things down because in my opinion what we see often what we're seeing on these camps well is what they've learned from us. We know how to tear things down. What we've forgotten how to do is build. And so building consensus, that doesn't mean I have to agree with everything everybody says. And we've been talking about this, you, Soul Sister, and I've been talking about this for what, 2+ years, that nobody's looking for uniform. We're not, everybody's not going to think, but what we are looking for is learning how to build consensus. So we have some objectives and goals that are necessary for the survival, not just of our country, but perhaps even our society, and so I'm pretty disturbed by the idea that we've gotten extremely comfortable with the idea of just tearing things down. I know that our opposition has already made that. They realize they can't win on by the argument, something we've been saying for years now, right? They can't win by the argument. So what they decided to do is cheat. And as they cheat, they're easily exposed. You notice as well that they don't care what they're in what we have what is 29 or was it 30 some odd state house that have made it difficult for people to raise their voice to vote. They're undermining the franchise. These things are important that we begin to recognize that there is this effort to undermine democracy. They don't they were never real patriots. They were faux. They were patriots as long as it worked for them. But notice how one party in particular was used to be the party of small government, party of fiscal restraint, the party of the military, the party of law. When it didn't work for them, they discarded those. So
Because the true goal is power, and
exactly
they'll use any message necessary
to do it.
to get there.
See, and that's the thing. So, and I've always, and I say this to both my students and the people I work with, this has really never been about parties. It's never been about political ideology. It never has been. It's never been about
It's
conservatives
just
or
the
Republicans.
vehicle.
That's right.
It's the vehicle
Exactly,
they
the vehicle they
use.
use. Exactly. This has been, in my opinion, about three privilege. We know the men who wrote were privileged white men who had saw us as less than people that look like me, and saw women as property. Women couldn't vote. Men, of course, black folk had no function in our society other than labor, right? So those men didn't when they wrote those beautiful words, and I do acknowledge that they are. When all men are created equal, they weren't thinking about it. So, can you imagine what Jefferson thinks about Barack Obama? Can't, unless you understand history. They never imagined, right? So, I'm suggesting that, look, it's about purpose. It's about, with all due respect, white supremacy, and it's about power. Is that those are the three things they always at the end of the day, and we just have to be aware of that, and we have to begin to recognize the importance of. Yeah, there are things that we need to discard. There are things that we rid ourselves of. There are things that need to be, they can't be tweaked to be fixed. Some things absolutely need to be, taken off the table entirely. I think that's the experiment of democracy itself. Is that it's always been this. We're at a point right now where it's being tested in a way that has never been tested before since the Civil Wars. So all I'm saying at this is that we put as much energy into building as we can, as we do in terms of discarding and moving and destroying. If we don't know how to do that, if we don't teach young people how to do that, you get what you see. They're confused, they're overwhelmed. They see 35,000 killed in a war. That's what they see. The things about it, why, how they were all. Those are the we need to be having. But at the same time, that's what they see. At the end of the day, young people are pretty concrete in their thinking. 35,000 versus less, right? They understand the continual nature of the battles that are going on for obvious very time. That's what they see. So we're looking for nuance as Black Sim said. We're looking for nuances of I believe. Nuances where young people are learning how to nuance their very existence. That's why it's so important to have patience and time with them so they can we're not talking about intelligence. We're talking about the other things that make us human. And that's not just how, our brain and its, but also our spirit and its as well. You can see that in this man that we have. He's got 88 counts and 44 indicted, 2 impeached. Yet he in this right now, there's nothing that this man does that doesn't divide us. Nothing that he says that doesn't divide us. Yet he is in a virtual tie with Joe Biden. It doesn't make any political sense, social sense in it, and it definitely doesn't make any kind of decent. Years ago he would have been Smith, right? He with the first when we heard the thing about on the bus where he talked about touch so on and assaulting, not touch, assaulting. Talked about that. That would have been it for any other candidate, not him. Not only that, since then he's piled on. So we've got a decision to as a country, as a society, as a democracy, and that decision is to find our way through, not blow it up, not beat it up. We don't all have to agree on everything, but we need to find our way through this. If we do not, our young people are showing us the way, and unfortunately, they're going to work with what they got, and what they got is protests, and if they think it's appropriate, they don't have a problem with adding some violence unless we teach them other, and that's it. So I just want to thank you so much for giving me the chance to just say those things out loud. In this space, I'm not normally that concerned about what people at this point in my life. I don't really care. Look, I care about. I just don't care that much. I'm to be honest. I mean, I
I
want
hear
everybody. I
you.
want everybody.
We've
Yeah,
reached that age where
yeah.
we don't have to.
No, it ain't necessary for us. I mean, it's ne- no, I mean, we want to be liked. Everybody wants to be liked, right? I don't care that much when if I'm on a mission, I got things to do. I weigh that up against, you like it. Ask any of my students, ask any my coworkers, ask any, my even, my family. They'll tell you, okay, I want you to like, but my granddaughter crying, she needs to be changed. She can stop fussing and everything, but she got to be changed. I got work to do. Let me change. She's fussing all that. And Grandpa, Baba knows she doesn't like it, but I'm gonna change it. I'm on a mission. So I really appreciate it. I appreciate both of you deeply, and I look forward to hearing more as we get closer and closer.
Well, thank you so much. I am so glad that you were able to carve out a little time to come in and share. It's been a moment. Always good to hear from you. And yes, we are all on a mission, and we can disagree without being disagreeable. Like, I don't need everyone to agree with me. Just be respectful. And I feel that in part what is happening because we have extremism on both sides. And that is what, mainstream media tends to highlight. So it just kind of fosters more of it. And we have to be aware of that and do what we can to kind of de escalate these things and not be guilty or fall into that trap ourselves. And so, again, I'm going to go back to that caution of us protecting our peace when we are engaging with others in real life, and especially in these social media environments. Continue to do our work and advocate and share truth, but also know that every battle is not maybe worth the energy that we may be assigning to it, just because these algorithms have been tweaked in a way to capitalize on our emotions, and we need to be aware of that. So, thank you so much, Khalil. So, up next,
Indeed,
we've got.
real
Mhm.
quick, real quick. Just to, look, young people have an excuse for their behavior. Their brain is most people brain is still underdeveloped until they're 24, right? So, and that last part of their brain is the executive function, part of the frontal lobe. Making decisions is part of that process, right? So what do they measure that up against? They measure that up against what they see. That's how they learn, from what they see. Partly how they learn, not just from what they read and so on, but what they learn. So let's model that spirit so they can also couple that with all the other things that they learn, all the contradictions they see. They have excuses for what they're doing. They do. They still working it out.
Right.
Us grown
And
folk, we got shit.
exactly, and we need to act like we know better and do better. So, and you're very right in that, because most young people don't listen so much to what we say, but what we do. And unfortunately, because of this unprecedented time that we're living in, the worst parts of human character have been amplified and even promoted. And there are some people. I remember David Pepper telling this story about he was talking to a group of college students and saying something to the effect, this is not normal. What is happening in our society, the way our president is, behaving, we've never had. And one of the students in the audience said, she raised her hand and she said, well, I kind of beg to differ with you, because she said for them, with them coming of age, and I think she may have been a 17 or 18-year old, she said, this is normal. This is the norm, because this is what they have grown into their early adulthood seeing around them. So we have to change those things, and it starts with each of us. So thank you, Khalil, for highlighting that aspect. And next, I am going to move to another wonderful speaker that we haven't heard from in a while, and that is Ellen Z. And I'm so glad that you were able to carve out a little time. I hope you are protecting your peace, because I know you, like me, are in a state where fascism is running rampant. And every time I see an article, something that's going on in North Carolina, I think of you, but I also look at, and this goes back to what Davina said, kind of coupling things, because people tend to, the national news will highlight a story here about something, and then they'll move on. And then, 2 or 3 weeks later, or 2 or 3 months later, they'll highlight a story that's happening, say, in North Carolina. And then here's where we come in trying to help people connect those dots. Like Tennessee passed permitless carry in 2013, and now North Carolina is doing it. So we have to remember, like, doing this bundling, and because ultimately this is their agenda, and they have an infrastructure in place to move this agenda along. And ALEC is a big part of that. So that's why some of these awful laws that get passed in one state are able to be replicated and passed in another state. Sometimes right away, you'll see a bunch of them, and sometimes it may take a year or two, but they're all on the same page. They just kind of turn at different times until they able to check things off. So LMZ, sorry for the long intro, but I just wanted to throw that out there because again, like I said, I see so much coming out of North Carolina now, and it breaks my heart. And I know that you're in the thick of it, always praying for you and keeping you in my heart and mind.
Thank you so much, Miss D. I appreciate that. And good afternoon, of course, to Soul Sister as well. Thank you for allowing me time to speak in your space today. Yes, I have not spoken for weeks and weeks and weeks due to the fascism and things that I am working against every day that Miss D just mentioned. But I was moved to speak today based off of what the conversation was about. So I want to make just really want to focus on one point in regards to protests and my perspective and some firsthand knowledge I have in regards to connections with college students, having been a college student myself. And some other things. So I will do that, and I will be brief, looking at the time and how long you all have already gone on this Monday afternoon. So here in North Carolina, we are second in the United States behind Alabama in regards to HBCUs. We have 12 HBCUs in this state. Number one is Alabama. We're number two. We also have 74, and included in that are our 12 HBUs, 74 public college universities. And of those, there are 25 that have a social work program connected to them. And so I'm highly connected to those social work programs and those students. So I won't go further into my interactions with them because you know that I keep professional privacy for obvious reasons. But I will let you know that the protests and how they've started here in North Carolina have been directly related to not students working on their campus in regards to how they need to protest or learning how to protest or what needs to be done, but because of the students here in North Carolina. And everything I'm going to speak to is going to be about North Carolina. So I need to make that very clear because I understand that nuance is very challenging right now. I'm not speaking for any other state. The protests here in North Carolina are directly related to students who have been very angry and have been pushing the administration on their college campuses to write a letter demanding a ceasefire now, and taking a position on that college campus that would say ceasefire now, that the University of fill in the blank opposes the war, opposes the United States involvement in whatever the case may be, whatever language needed to be said, but needed to write a proclamation from that university that said ceasefire now. They've had huge incidences on campus with problems with their professors, problems with their administration, problems with their student body presidents, et cetera, because of that not happening, and being more and more angry and upset that there was that not being happening, even when it might have been explained for reasons of trying to be fair, not necessarily, I won't want to speak for the campus administrators or the professors or others. I'm never going to speak for them because I'm not an employee of any of those universities. But we have heard from some of the professors and what has happened in certain classrooms, and trying to explain that trying to not be, let's say the word alienating to students, and maybe not wanting to take a position on an international crisis when there are multiple international crises happening all around the world, and wanting to maybe have conversation and discourse around the situation, but not so much take a stance necessarily. They have not been satisfied with that. And so they've decided to protest to the situation to where they are now currently protesting. So, in regards to protesting, I feel that protesters have had a wonderful example of how to protest. I have direct family members who protested multiple times in their lives in the anti war demonstrations in the 1960s. And so they have examples such as the April 15th, 1967, 400,000 people, 400,000 people with Dr. King in it, marching from Central Park to the United Nations, demanding there be an end of the U.S. military involvement in Vietnam. I mean, that is an incredible statement of how you don't tear a thing down, and you spread your anti-war statement to let people know that 400,000 people could move in New York from Central Park to the United Nations and no one be killed, and there not be violence, and there not be a lot of problems around that. I have direct family members that absolutely protested on their college campuses in the anti-war movement. I have family members that did sit-ins at their president's office at their university campus in the late 60s in regards to the war involvement. But of course, they didn't block anyone. They didn't, as Danny spoke about earlier, they weren't blocking highways, they weren't blocking interstates, they weren't blocking airports, they weren't gluing themselves down to pavement or anything like that. They had a peaceful sit-in. So there have been years and years and years, and of course, anyone that studies the civil rights movement, which any college campus has libraries at this point. I know we're banning books, but there still are libraries filled, especially on the college campuses where all of this is taking place. When you're speaking of the Columbias and you're speaking of the Harvards and the Yales and the CUNYs and the USCs and the UCLAs, and obviously I can speak for North Carolina University, North Carolina Chapel Hill, there are libraries filled with books that explain the civil rights movement. And protesters participating in the civil rights movement, I think it's important to talk about the fact that for all the things that they were facing, they at no point in time were saying horrible, hateful, nasty things back in regards to, although it would have been rightfully deserved, epithets and horrible things to what needed to happen to the white supremacists of why the civil rights movement was even happening. There weren't, protesters and people that were participating in the freedom rights rides or the sit-ins here in North Carolina. In my state is the Woolworth Museum, where the 3 North Carolina A&T students are the first ones that started the sit-in at the lunch counter, and how horribly they were treated at that lunch counter. And those 3 young men were never yelling back at the white supremacists that were so horrible to them with the way that they were treating. They weren't yelling back at them that you crackers, you honkies, you white supremacists, can go where the sun doesn't shine here in North Carolina. And so I find it very interesting that people keep trying to compare what they're doing to the civil rights movement when actually it's not like the civil rights movement at all. And it's not like the anti-war movement at all, because the young people that, especially the people I know intimately firsthand in my family, were never yelling death to all the USGI members that were part of the war. They were anti-war, but they were never on their college campuses yelling that the members of the GI that were in the war right then, that the members of the United States military that were their friends, their family members, the people that from their community that were part of the war should all be dead. They weren't yelling out death to people in Southeast Asia. They weren't yelling death to people in Vietnam in any way, shape, or form. So I don't see any parallel to it all. Are we saying that anybody that protests anything is now a correlation to what's happening today. I think that does a real disservice to the actual power of a movement. Would we ever compare what's happening now to the movement of somebody like Gandhi in India and taking down the establishment of the British military? Will we ever compare that? Were the people that Gandhi and the fellow people that were protesting, were they yelling back at the British people, you terrible colonial people, the harm that you're doing to us, go back to Britain? Go back, you colonizers. So it's really a disservice actually to be hyping up these young people, to have them think that they're actually in the same league with such incredible movements as somebody like a Gandhi, from who Dr. King studied, and then somebody like Dr. King himself, who won a Nobel Peace Prize. And then somebody like a community organizer like our forever president, President Barack Obama, who organized people in communities in Chicago and organized movements and organized people to vote and won a Nobel Peace Prize himself. And then all the young people on college campuses who were the anti-war protesters, who were a movement amongst themselves on their college campuses. But they went to class. They graduate. And I'm aware of an actual protest myself, because see, some of you, I mean, I'm not trying to not act like I'm that young, but I think some of y'all got me twisted and think somehow I'm young. I'm not young. I'm not a millennial. I'm Gen X all the way. I'm getting ready to be 51. So I was around when colleges were protesting this week. Yes, this very week, the acquittal of all of the crooked white supremacist police violence cops who beat Rodney King. Yeah, there were protests on college campuses. Y'all remember that? Yeah, I was a college student then. College students, right. There's a history of college students protesting things in America. You're right. Yes, there's a history. College students have been protesting things on college campuses. There's nothing new. We were protesting. People were protesting in the last week of April in 1992 when those violent white supremacist police officers were all acquitted in Los
Yes,
Angeles.
that is the anniversary. I looked up, I always try to look up for the week the things that happened in history, and that is one of them, along with Dachau, the concentration camp in Germany, the first one being liberated on this day. So,
But the
yeah.
college kids, we went to class. See, we would protest things. We would have marches. We would have sit-ins. We would have signs. We would do all those things. But we actually went to class. We actually wanted to graduate and didn't want to get into a position where there was a situation in regards to you're not going to graduate or you're going to be suspended, or whoever's paying for you to go to college is going to lose all that money, or your family's going to sacrifice all that money they save for you to go to college, or your student loan debts, which many of us had, that's going to go to nothing because you're going to protest and you're not going to graduate, or you're going to get incompletes or something like that. So the idea that this is all following in a pattern of college protests is absolutely untrue, because the Vietnam War protesters, the anti-war protesters on college campuses, of which there were thousands and thousands of thousands, those individuals graduated from their college. But yes, they protested. The reason that this is looking as bad as it's looking and is looking the way that it's looking is because of social media. Every other previous college protest in this country had what was missing what these group of college protesters have. We didn't have social media. We didn't do a thing. The Vietnam War protests didn't do a thing, and the civil rights movement didn't do a thing worried about social media. Nobody cared about an engagement. Nobody cared about a click or a like. Nobody was worried about filming it properly to get it posted on TikTok. None of that was involved. None of it. And this is to the extent that it is because of social media. I'm lastly going to land on the bit about the anti-Semitism, and then I'm going to land my plane. This will continue to be a disaster until there is a reckoning around the anti-Semitism. I have watched Gentile people like myself speak with their entire chest about that they don't see anti-Semitism, and that they've been out protesting, and they've been kumbayaing, and they've been getting their pizza delivered, and they've been doing all that they've been doing, and they've just been saying free Palestine, and they don't see any anti-Semitism. Well, that is just as bad. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I took myself to a campus where there were Black students or brown students, but we'll specifically say Black students who were protesting the lack of equity on that college campus. They were protesting racism among the student body or other terrible things that do happen to Black students on PWIs. And I took my white self and walked around and got on camera and told news stations that, I had been out there and I've been doing my thing. And, I really didn't see any racism. The caucasity. I would be canceled so quick, I wouldn't be permitted to even speak in advocacy arena again. To be that vile and that white-centered and that disgusting that I would stand around a bunch of Black people who were experiencing racism and were sharing their sincere stories about what was happening to them and what was harmful and hurting them and was racist. And I would stand there in my whiteness and be like, well, I don't see any racism. And there's Gentile people walking around all these college campuses where Jewish students are sharing sincerely. They're not saying that those students should be suspended. They're not saying those students should be expelled. They're not saying those students should be allowed to graduate. They're interviewing those students who are saying with much sincerity, I don't feel safe. It's scary when they say this. This has never happened before. We don't know why this is happening. For the Jewish rabbi to come out last weekend and write the email to Columbia University students and say, I am so sorry, you are no longer safe here. Columbia's administration and the New York City police cannot keep you safe here any longer as a Jewish student. We have failed you. I'm sorry. For your safety, you need to go home. And then people are still trying to argue that there's no anti-Semitism happening. That is a problem. That is anti-Semitism in itself. That is white America continuing to try to tell Black America racism doesn't exist and it's only in your mind. Until this movement, and I'm not here to discuss with anybody whether Free Palestine is just or unjust, what's happening, whether Netanyahu should stay or go, what's happening in Gaza since October 7th, none of that. I'm not here to get into the trenches about any of that. I'm here to strictly speak as an advocate for social justice, as a social worker who is to uphold in her code of ethics social justice, and who is to speak out against any form of bigotry, including white supremacy, as a white person when I see it, who is to use my white privilege to speak out as much as I can for harm reduction. And so while I'm watching this vile anti-Semitism in our country, and second gentleman went to Cornell University last November because anti-Semitism was so bad on that campus, and they had to deal with their classmate calling in death threats and saying death to all the Jewish students, and that they were going to shoot up the kosher dining hall next to the Jewish student center. And it's now getting ready to be May. And this anti-Semitism keeps going and going and going. And instead of people taking accountability for it, we have people like Representative Ilhan Omar go to visit Columbia's campus, and she says that the Jewish students should be protected whether they're pro-genocide or anti-genocide. So now we're describing Jewish students as whether pro or against genocide. There's a problem there in regards to these protests. And this would not be acceptable if the language was in regards to a different ethnic group or if it was along racial lines. This would not be acceptable at all. And there are students that know this, and they are that smart. That's why they got accepted to these colleges. They're very well developed and very well smart. Very, very smart. I would never call them stupid. I don't know who's calling them stupid. Those are just basic, mediocre people that are using the term stupid to describe them. They're quite smart to be accepted to Columbia, USC, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, the oldest public university in the country. Oh no, they're bright. Bright, bright, bright. And they are making conscious decisions every day, conscious decision, when they've been told repeatedly that the police are coming and you can leave and there won't be any problem and you won't get suspended, you won't get expelled, you'll still be able to take your final exams, you'll still graduate, or if you stay, there's going to be consequences. Now, I don't want there to be any police violence. I abhor police violence. It makes me sick. It's disgusting. And I think about Devon Smith and Leonard Brown, who was shot. They were shot at Southern University. Advocacy over 50 years ago, and there's been no accountability for those 2 Black students' death who were protesting equity on campus. And I think about the Orangeburg massacre at South Carolina State, and I think about Kent State and the massacre of those students. So no, it doesn't give me any happiness when I see riot police and police on campus and people being harmed and dragged away and people being tasered and things of that. And let me make a mention about that. I want to talk about that one white lady. Let's talk about that one white lady in the white shirt and the slacks that came up and touched the officer. She was the only white person who put her body in harm's way. She was the only ally. And I watched all those other people on Emory's campus stand there and film it for TikTok. And that middle-aged lady, not the white woman who said, I'm the head of the philosophy department, call my department, I'm the head of the philosophy department. The white lady that got hit on the ground, where she went up and touched that officer, where it was 3 officers holding that poor young Black man down and tasing him. And she physically goes up to the officer and puts her hand on that officer and says, stop it. What are you doing? Stop it. Isn't it interesting that white people were supposed to have learned so much from George Floyd? And so many of these young people, I mean, that was only 4 years ago. We're talking about master's students. They were college students then. Some of them are new and they were young back then. They were high school students. I understand that. But these graduate students, these PhD students that were part of the George Floyd protests 4 years ago, that were college students back then, weren't they supposed to have learned, the white ones? I'm talking to white people myself. I'm a white person. Weren't they supposed to learn from that point that being a true ally, a true activist, a true, instigator there, where you're supposed to be there on the front lines, so that you put your body there, that you did something when you saw a person of color, a Black person, being harmed in that way? What happened at Emory last week? They all just stood there. She's the only one. She gets mad props from me. And people were clowning her and making fun of her. And what did she think was going to happen when she walked up and touched a cop and all? That lady did the only thing she knew what to do. She tried. So she gets much respect from me. Unlike all those other progressive white people and white students that are supposedly care so much. Black lives matter to them so much, and the Palestinian lives, the brown lives of the Palestinian people, matter to them so much. But when that young Black man was on the ground, they stood there and filmed it for social media. She is the one that put her body as close as she possibly could to him. So all I'm going to say is, no matter where you land on this particular item, and yes, the Constitution grants us the First Amendment to peacefully protest. It does. It actually uses the word peaceful. So I recommend, again, all these college students, there's copies of the Constitution in all of their libraries. They, of course, could Google it. They have their cell phones with them everywhere they go. So it does grant them the right to peacefully protest. And as Dr. King asked us the question, can civil disobedience be morally justified? The answer, of course, is yes. But there are also consequences for that civil disobedience. But my point on this afternoon in advocacy arena would be that until leaders of these said movements on this campus will take accountability and say, even if it's not everyone, there is a problem with anti-Semitism that is occurring, and we denounce that. We don't stand for that. And no, those people that are saying free Palestine and all of these other things, the people that are calling for a ceasefire, are not being, anti-Semitic. But the people that are saying, and they are there, go back to Europe, and the people that are saying death to all Zionists, and the people that are saying Israel must be erased, and the other people that are saying that, they are anti-Semitic. And that is not part of our movement, and we renounce that. Until they will do that, this is going to continue to be a problem. It's not okay for me to say, oh, guys, don't be mad at white people. Just because you know me and you know a couple of these other white people that are here in advocacy arena, and we're good white people, just forgive all the white supremacy that has been the history of this country, that our original sin is founded on, that there's been no accountability for, no reparations for, no atonement for. Y'all just let that go. Because, I'm cool and she's cool and he's cool. So can we just overlook the white supremacy? No, we cannot, nor should we ever. And so if the protesters, college students, of sound mind and able body that are able to do this day after day after day are unwilling, while they are supposedly for peace in a country in the Middle East, and they want to see those people not be harmed and killed and maimed and slaughtered by the Israel Defense Forces, are unable to speak out against anti Semitism, then I guess we'll continue to see what we see. Because violence begets violence, and that includes in words and in deeds. And with that, I will land my plane. Thank you, Miss D, and thank you, Soul Sister.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You said a word for sure. And it is up to all of us as citizens, and they should be learning their civic duty and, speaking out. Because how many times have I read the Martin Niemöller quote? First they came for. It is very important for us to speak out against wrong, and when we're in the midst of seeing those types of things happen, certainly in front of us, and to do so in a way that hopefully you don't put yourself at risk of harm, but it is important. So thank you. I appreciate you bringing some more nuance to this topic. And our last speaker before we close is going to be Diva. So thank you for joining us today. How are you doing?
I am doing well, and thank you so much, Dee, for hosting this space. And Soul Sister, I say hello to you too as well. Well, LMZ. It is always hard to go behind such a wonderful speaker and made so many wonderful points. And I wanted to just come up quickly because I know I'm the last one and say there were a couple of points you made that I wanted to just piggyback on. And one of them was Dr. King and his use of protest and how effective that was. Those folks who were going to go to the Pettus Bridge, they knew what they were going to face. They knew this. Every person who ever, you've seen the pictures from that time, the folks who sat at the lunch counter who had all kinds of condiments and everything put on them, they never spoke back. It was supposed to be peaceful, and it was not because it was, well, they had very much a right to be afraid of what would happen to them if they so much as blinked the wrong way. But it also had to do with the effectiveness of that protest. It was to show the brutality of the people that they were facing. And because this was going to be news, and they knew that it would be picked up. It was all specifically planned, and it was painful for the people who went through that. And I don't think, and it's unfortunate. And I'm a late boomer. I saw protests. I saw Kent State on TV, everything. And none of it was as effective. None of it changed policy as well as what Dr. King did. And unfortunately, I think that the student protests and things that happened here, they kind of watered down protesting. They really, really did. You can debate me on it, but where have you seen policy change with protest? It was not used effectively until one day. And I think that day was in Charlottesville. And unfortunately, once again, we saw an act of violence, even worse than the Pettus Bridge. We saw a young woman being run over by a white supremacist. That woke us all up, I think, and saw the brutality of these people. I think that really painted the people who were there, who were marching in support of white supremacy. I think that really painted a with a very horrible brush those people. And since then, unfortunately, I do not see, and I think I'm not alone when I see folks shutting down highways and airports and all of these other things, and sitting on college campuses. They're not, I mean, people are calling them stupid. I'm not calling them stupid, but I think that unfortunately, whatever they're trying to do is not effective. It isn't. The college may say, okay, great. Yes, we come out and we want to a ceasefire. That really is not going to change policy. It is not going to change policy. And it can't change policy because what's going on over there is incredibly nuanced, incredibly. And you cannot sit here. I cannot sit here as a mother and having seen some of the things that I saw on October 7th. I have two children. I have two young adult girls, two young adult women. And I saw them when I saw some of those girls, those women who were taken, who were mutilated, who were killed, and some of them are still alive. And what they're going through is horrible, absolutely horrible. So I can't sit here and say, there is horror on both sides. Yes, there is horror on both sides, but there were images from that day that do not make Hamas look fantastic. So I'm going to say here in this space, I do not support Hamas in any way, shape, or form, just so I can not be on that lavender list. That's for sure. But I land my plane now.
Well, thank
Protest has to be thought of very carefully, and I don't think this is the country for it. I really, really don't. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And both of you just kind of made me think about when you talk about the protests of the 1960s around civil rights. They were planned. I mean, I think about the ones that were planned here in my city, in my state, where John Lewis got his civic activism chops, if you will, taught by, oh gosh, her name escapes me, and they just created a plaza for her. And she's being meant. Justin Jones is also being mentored. Diane Nash. They had training. They went through training programs and things there, and there was a goal and a purpose. And I'm not saying that sometimes protests can't form organically, but again, I just go back to, I think that some of them's heart is in the right place, and they have righteous anger, but the way that it is being played out, I don't think it's being productive. And I also think that, again, nefarious actors seized up on that emotional state, and they have co-opted it in ways that make it not just unproductive, but counterproductive. And to do it at this time with people who are lawmakers, like Toledo Rashid, telling people to withhold their vote, and this kind of ideology, no matter how she expresses it or whatever, is being, she was just talking about for that one primary, but that's not the lesson that some people took away from that. And so it's a sentiment that's being carried, not just with young people, not just around this issue, but this is a sentiment that's being carried in our own community by people with one issue concerns. Like we have some divisions within our Black community, the FBA and the ADOS people who are dead set on reparations, who want to withhold their vote, who are anarchist. And I'm saying that all of these divisions and things, these issues are being manipulated to some degree to create more animosity. And we do have to keep that in mind, not become subjected to it ourselves, and try to, if we encounter any of these kids or have them in our lives, try to see where their head is at, and to try to bring more context and nuance to the situation. Because being a veteran, a military person myself, who, as I said, had studied a lot, who lived in a country that saw the Holocaust, who met people who have family members who suffered the effects of the fallout from that war. I was in Berlin when it was still a communist held country. And some of these young people, I think, again, LMZ pointed to the fact that social media, is playing a role in their behavior and how they behave and how they perform. And, like any tool, it's just a tool. And any tool can be used for good or for bad. And I feel like in some ways, some of these things has caused it to be used in the worst kinds of ways. And some of them whose, frontal lobes not fully developed don't recognize it. I don't think that some of them recognize that they are being used, that their actual protest and their righteous anger is being hijacked and used in ways that they may not intend. And we have to be so very careful right now because our democracy is hanging by a thread, which is in part, I want to go back to kind of where we started, sharing resources and things that will help us all become better informed citizens, but to recognize the role that not only social media, but the media in general, journalism, the role that it is playing, and it is not living up to its duties. And we need to call it out and to do so in a way, hopefully, if there is a willingness there to help them be better and do better. So I just want to thank everyone who came in and shared today. It's been a great, needful conversation, one we will revisit periodically because it is an ongoing problem. And I think, like I said, I don't know that we have all the answers, but awareness is always the place that I like to start. Just making people aware and making myself aware of things that I may not fully understand. So it requires intentionality on our part as citizens to be informed and try to get the nuances of things. Because, as I said, being a military person, I know that just a bunch of college students demanding that the administration do something that will cause another country to change their strategy is not exactly going to work like that. And there may be some attention brought to it, but it is just not the most effective way. And I know that, again, like I said, I'm someone who, like you, Diva, a late boomer. I grew up seeing the Vietnam War footage on my television. I had uncles who were part of that, and so I understood the danger. I didn't think that it was a war we should have been in. But the thing of it is this that's going on now is not even our war. And I feel like these protests that are happening here in our country is in a way Putin and other countries bringing us into a war that is not ours. Okay. So that's just Dee's take. So I'm going to go to my fabulous co host for her closing thoughts as I wrap us up for this lovely Monday afternoon Good Trouble discussion.
Thank you so much, Misty. And I'm going to ask you all for a little bit of grace here because I do have some things to say. Today has been another one of those spaces where it's been incredible. And I want to say thank you to Black STEM for being absolutely determined to give us some information that we absolutely did not have. I appreciate that. LMZ, I mean, you just laid it down. There's really not much to add because you said all the words. Miss D, you always tie it up in a bow so nicely, and everyone has contributed it in such a grand way today. It's been amazing. And so when I was sitting here, I was thinking about Davina's word, bundling. So I want to talk about some bundling. So you're gonna follow me on this little story time trail that I'm on here. So this is my observation of things. I've watched these protesters go from speaking out about the Gaza conflict to accusing me personally of not understanding Hamas as a humanitarian organization. That is true. There is a space that I was in and I heard those words exactly. I did not visit that space for weeks after that because I did not want to be associated with any of that because I don't see it. I don't believe that they are a humanitarian organization. I'm not saying that for lavender. I'm saying that because that's exactly what I damn believe. I believe it in my heart so strongly that that was what I did. I removed myself from being in a circle where any of that talk was okay with. After that, I've been on the timeline with people calling me a Zionist. I don't even think that some of the people who were calling me a Zionist, and I'm not saying all, but some of them, I don't believe they even understand the definition of it. They just understand it as you meaning me, that I want to see a two-state solution, that I see the humanity of the Palestinian people and I see the humanity of the Israelis, and they say that that's not okay. I have to pick a side. Since when? In what world do we have to pick a side in regards to humanity? Humanity. But I digress. They went on to call for a ceasefire. And then they went on to say that if you don't support that they don't support a two-state solution, and now it's death to Israel, death to America. And when I say death to America, I don't think that they actually meant let's blow up America, but I do believe, honestly, that they believe in their heart that blowing up our democracy is going to get them what they chaos. They'll show us. I mean, damn, if the Gaza can't have democracy, the Palestinians can't have democracy, then they'll be damned if America can have their democracy. The foolishness. But again, I'm not quite finished because they're not quite finished. See, because they're saying that their protests will become more, if they don't get the ceasefire that they desire, they will escalate. They haven't gone far enough. We've already seen them state house across this country, dinner party on the street, basically saying it's not enough. We haven't gone far enough to gain the intent. And as Ms. D already pointed out, this is not our war. Let me tell you the difference between the protests that LMZ so eloquently laid out. We were actively engaged. There were troops, our troops, American troops on the ground actually fight. This is not the same. Therefore, demanding ceasefire from universities, local municipalities, and I mean, they've gone so far as to if this society and that association, and if you don't say it, then we're gonna throw blood on your house and protest outside and create all of this until we get you to sign this paper or say these words exactly as we want you to. The blackmail for something that we cannot control. It would be different. It would be more substantial if we were actually actively boots on the ground, but that's not the case. It's not the case. And so they want to get rid of what they see as genocide by creating genocide. No. Mm-mm. Did y'all get that bundle? Did you get it? Is it clear? Just want to make sure everybody got that. There it is. The essence, the foundation of their protest is violence and hate. Period. I'm not calling them stupid. I don't think I've ever called them stupid, but I will say that they are misguided. They are being taken advantage of. And this is not the same. They did not learn this from anyone. And this is not something that is actually being instructed in any class except for their own, where I've watched videos of protest leaders giving them the word in the native language to say death to Israel. And I'm not okay with it. And I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I am. And I am not going to excuse their garbage behavior because they found out some new information. I'm not really sure why people are surprised that AI is being used in warfare. It's inevitable. It might even have been the actual reason why it was developed in the first place. I mean, let's think about it. But I'm going to move on. I'll leave you with that. Colin Joe said to the media at the Correspondence Center, he said, "Your words speak truth to power. Your words bring light to dark." And Joe Biden said, "To a free press," he was giving a toast, "to a free press, to an informed citizenry, to an America where freedom and democracy endure. God bless America." And then on the total opposite end of the spectrum, we have a former president who has nothing but negativity to say in regards to America in general. It's a banana republic. He used those words. Unions are going to destroy the country as he courts. You can't trust the press, and he has no tolerance for anyone who does not staunchly stand behind every vile thing that he says. He had a heavy hand in creating and shaping the America that we see today. But he claims to love this place. Does he? As he actively seeks to destroy it? As his vision for America looks more and more like an autocratic and fascist and police state than one that is needed for progress? I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance today to talk about the absolute joy I feel in regards to the UAW getting its due, at least by the print media. I post many stories about it, and several of them are up in the nest. And I hope you guys see them and retweet them because unions in politics are going to be a game changer. You know, Fain has endorsed the leadership of this country in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we already know the absolute solidarity in the UAW's ability to get boots on the ground and people to the polls. And it's going to be a significant game changer for places like Michigan, but also Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and other industrial states. And it's not just going to be union members getting to the polls. They're going to get a lot of non union workers as well. They're going to get some who have recently embraced or have always embraced. See, I've been a union activist and union supporter before it was fashionable. It's just now been trendy. You can definitely say I can blame my mama and my daddy for that. And I don't mind. I'm sure that's a blame that they proudly would carry if they were here today. Parents that came from Mississippi, both of them. My mother came up to Michigan from Mississippi at the age of 16 because her daddy said they were going to kill her because that little black girl didn't know how to keep her mouth shut when she had to say yes sir to a 6-year-old. No, she had to come here where she could freely stand on her principles and speak her mind, and eventually became a union member where she definitely wore that flag proudly. She understood her rights. She understood the importance of coming together as a collective. And I speak about the union not just because that is my background or that is my family's background or that is where I worked. No, I speak about it because it is democratic in its very essence from its beginning. At least the UAW. Let me be clear before somebody gets it all. Well, they didn't help me, and it turns out it's a whole nother union. I can speak for the UAW. I can speak for the UAW personally because of my experience. But I believe in union in general. Unions in mass. I'm sorry. I think that all workers should have the opportunity to bargain collectively, have a seat at the table, a voice on the issues that are important to them. It's democratic, just like our government. And I'm speaking about it because that's another little trend that I've been seeing in these spaces by people that look just like me. Oh, the union never did it. And all I can think of is what upside down world did I wake up in where we are completely okay with bashing people and organizations that have stood shoulder to shoulder and fought with us for decades. I believe in this country, or I believe in at least what the spirit of this country is supposed to mean. But what I'm seeing right now and what I'm hearing in different space and what I'm seeing on the timeline and when I visit other social media apps is it angers me. It angers me. I just don't understand how people are falling for the fact that here we have a presidential candidate who has done nothing but tear down any social programs, any organization, any unity, and yet people want to romanticize those 4 years and think, well, 4 more years or 4 different new years from him are going to be better. There's going to be some kind of gains. This is a man who has promised over and over to do things that he never intends to do. He has never paid the bill. That is him. He said that he was going to have minority outreach centers all across this country. And yet they've gone unstaffed. Some of them are now check cashing places. Some of them are ice cream parlors. Some of them are sex toy stores in the minority communities that he claimed that he was going to reach out to because he wanted to embrace to help them. This is what he's delivered. What kind of foolishness is this? It sickens. And that story is a true story, and it's from the AP, and it's just up in the nest. It's not just me riffing off the cuff. No, it's not. We're at the stage in our political culture where David Harewood, he's a black actor from the series Homeland. He says Hollywood should be able to use actors in blackface. That is where we are in this country. And so some voters in black communities are now under the impression that the replacement theory applies to them. You kidding? Revolutionary bragging about their votes not only being up for grabs, but possibly for sale. And these are supposed to be the people that other people trust. That's integrity. Your vote's up to sale. Oh, bundling. Biden's campaign has leadership teams in place in 8 states, including Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. This identity politics is being used by Republicans, and it is being used as a weapon and a tool for exclusion. For Democrats, it's intersectional. It's used as an and, a way to identify and include the causes and the people that we support. It is really time that we stress it. It's really time that we take an opportunity. There are small ways to encourage civic engagement. We don't always have to go straight to the hard stuff. There are easy ways to kind of encourage and nurture civic engagement. And that article that Miss D and all the sources that she put up in the nest and what she's working on, that living document, I hope that everyone follows her, and I hope that everyone retweets it and saves it as a source because it's incredible. Writing letters, having a conversation, just asking if you're, an initial conversation is, are you registered to vote? And Danny's exactly right. On some of these social media apps, there is no opportunity. It's different than Twitter. There's less of an opportunity, and some people are doing it absolutely correct. The pushback. And it's a shame because the media is also on those apps and they need to be doing it as well. And we should be demanding it. And we shouldn't be picking and choosing which causes. If we say we believe in humanity and democracy, we shouldn't be picking and choosing. We should all have something to say about humanitarian cause and democracy. But we have to remember that first we have to take care of home. Another country's democracy cannot come at the expense of our own. Thank you so much. And I have enjoyed today's space, and I appreciate everyone who's been in here, who has contributed, and who has just listened, and who will listen later. And it gives me purpose to be here, and I'm very grateful to be among you. And I appreciate all the knowledge that is shared. I've been told that I need to listen more. And I have listened, and I have listened copiously. So when I give you my opinion, it is not something that is just, I haven't heard the other side. I've heard them, I just don't agree with them. And I'm not going to pretend like the crap on a stick that they're feeding me is an ice cream sundae. And I don't think you should either. So thank you very much for today. And I hope you guys have gotten as much from this space as I have. And thank you again for Ms. D for allowing me the opportunity to give my closing thought.
Well,
I'll get off the soapbox.
I'm glad you had a chance to get that off your chest. And I'm glad that we had such a robust conversation here. I could go on, but I am trying not to keep folks too long. But I do want to say that I'm glad that we had a chance to kind of talk about this in depth. It's not the direction that I had intended to go, but I always go with, the flow where it leads organically because I always find it's rich. So I'm glad that we did go there. And while we may not all find agreement or not have a full understanding or come to things with a different perspective. I think that as a community, we all search for facts, and acknowledge when we're expressing our feelings. But our feelings are also based on facts, and we're not automatons, so we all have feelings. And I think that each of us are kind of sparked by certain things, perhaps more than others. And I love that because I know this is a very caring and loving community. And I think that iron sharpens iron. And so when we come in and we have this discourse, there is just a wealth of information that continues to flow, a level of respect for ideas, because all of our ideas are based in fact. So I appreciate all of you who have contributed to what I feel has been a wonderful, needful, obviously, conversation, and one that I intend for us to continue having because I think that it is important. And I want to pull on a few of the threads that Soul Sister kind of touched on. For me, I think most of you know, I'm very passionate around dark money and education, gun, a few other things, but the dark money thing is very key to my understanding and the lens that I put on all of the information that we have, because I have a level of understanding at this point, because I have been studying and researching it to know that it touches everything, everything. And that is why, on top of all the other aspects of what's going on with these protests, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, dark money is involved. I'm not saying they're the whole thing, but they are touching it, they are stoking it, and they are trying to totally co opt it. I think in some places they actually have, because I go to their site quite frequently and I can know in advance where they're going to be showing up. And I want people to understand that the major donor of this organization is a Chinese sympathizer acolyte, has his business headquartered in Shanghai, partners with another company. I'm going to get this together and I'm going to make a post about it. But the company that he partners with is sort of like a kind of a PR type of company, focused on basically creating a narrative around China, which is a communist country, but painting a narrative of that communism being good kind of thing. It's the good kind, and that they are the new world leaders, world order. And, it sounds real conspiratorial and far-fetched, I'm sure, right now. But the way a lot of the dark money agendas work is in a long range planning kind of way. Russia started meddling in our elections a long time ago. And so I want people to be aware that I see this. I attend Zooms with investigative journalists who track organizations like this and what they do. And I want you to know that they're very much a part of this, because, again, I say we're not physically in the war, but it's bringing us into it more and more, forcing things to create situations that basically destabilize Western democracy in general, but the US in particular, because we are considered a world leader. All of these things are interconnected. So it's important that, when we look at them, that we understand that, and we never really let that out of our mind and thought, because this Project 2025 is a 900 plus page blueprint to deconstruct the administrative state. Translation: destroy our democracy, create an autocracy that's based in the unitary control of one man, the president. And the man they've chosen is Donald Trump. And this will be the former guy 2.0, because when he went in the first time, he was surprised himself. He wasn't really expecting to win. So it took him a moment to get his footing. But I think we can all remember and suffer trauma from how well he got when he realized the powers that he had. And so now this is a man who now has realized that power, who vows retribution, who has a playbook to go by, and not just a playbook, but an army to go along with it to carry it out. Why do I say an army? Because along with the Project 2025 playbook, they have a training academy, the Presidential Training Academy, where they are vetting and training loyalists that will comprise the staff that supports this dictator. they will reinstitute his Schedule F. And for those of you who are not familiar with it, he put this order in place, this executive order, basically to take away the tenure and rights of civil servants. And when you think about civil servants, understand that most of the largest departments of the federal government reside in DC. And DC is predominantly, an African American city. And just like any area that you live in, there are industries that are more prominent than others where most people work and are employed. And so in DC, a lot of people work for the government. So they want to take away their union rights, their rights to have those appointments. And so, first of all, it takes unemployment. It creates unemployment for a large city, and then they're bringing in loyalists, and the way that they met out retribution or whatever is they target the people that they don't like, minorities, LGBTQ people. So I'm just saying I could go on, but please keep that in mind whenever we're talking about any of these issues. And I'm so thankful that the president called out the journalists, even though it was a light night of fun, that he did warn them and tell them about the importance of the job that they're doing. So I thought it was really appropriate for us to kind of repeat that in our community and let that resonate with us, and also to help us to better discern the media that we're taking in, because a lot of these wells are poison. So we need to know that we're swimming in very toxic waters of information, and it is, by all means, an information warfare that is going on here, asymmetrical warfare. So I just want us to be forewarned and forearmed, and create our shields of information and just be ready to do battle for democracy. So I appreciate all of you guys coming, hanging out with us today, and look forward to next week. And I'm going to be continuing to update the gift article Google Sheet that I put there, so you can continue to check it, share it, and if you have any that you want to share with me, please send them to me. But I want to thank all of you for helping me to get my week started in a very, very good, energizing way. I hope that it has done the same for all of you guys, and I hope to see you back here next week, and we'll figure out what kind of noise we're going to be making and good trouble we're going to be getting in. And I know that all of you are going to go out, leave here, and continue making noise, calling things out that are not right, and getting in good trouble, because we are the cavalry. Okay, it's up to us. Nobody's coming to save us. So I just want to thank all of you for being in the fight with me. So I want to wish you all a wonderful week ahead, and we'll close out with some encouraging words from the late, great Representative John Lewis. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. So never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So I want all of you troublemakers to stir it up out there, and we'll see you back here next week. And I leave you all with peace and blessings for a wonderful evening and week ahead. Bye.